You are about to opt in to Monerotopia, a show for the Monero community where all are welcome to join. From noob to maxi, no matter what bags you hold. Just sit back and relax to the sweet sounds of Monero's latest progress. Or if you're feeling inspired, join us on stage. Remember, the only thing that can stop Monero is a false belief that it can be stopped. And if you want to win the revolution faster, we recommend you remove your XMR from all custodial exchanges immediately. Warning, voting accidents are common around here. Don't forget to properly secure your private keys. Monerotopia starts now.
All right. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning.
GM.
Yeah. So how's it going, man?
Yeah, it's going. I've been a little bit out of the loop to a degree. I haven't been looking at Monero media that much this week, so I don't really know what's going on.
Good for you. A good rest is needed every now and then.
Yes, for sure.
You've been focused on other things, or?
Yeah, mostly just working on cake stuff.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, I find when you start to focus on the community stuff and interacting with people, that's where things often go awry in Monero. Less is more. Overall, everybody's great, but I don't know. That's been my experience throughout these almost 10 past years. That's why you won't find me lurking around in the Monero community rooms too much. Just a lot of I don't know, a lot of shit talking. It's just the whole culture, the way people interact with each other. It's kind of always been that way, and I don't see it changing anytime soon. Obviously, it's necessary to interact at times because we gotta come together as a community. So you got to go in there, you got to talk about things. But I do find the more I interact and get involved in these rooms, the higher my blood pressure goes. I don't know if it's like that for you. And I just feel like it's people intentionally trying to raise my blood pressure at times. So you know what? What am I doing here? And the fact is, the vast majority of people that spend a lot of time, they're not doing anything. They're not out there building. They're just out there, talking shit. So that's my to that end. We will be discussing the collaboration between Monerotopia and Monerocon today. I thought it was a done deal. I had spoken to people behind the scenes that are very involved. Actually, I shouldn't even say behind the scenes. I think we had AJ on this show, and he's been instrumental in running Monerocon in years past. This year, he's kind of taken a little bit of a step back, so he's not directly involved. Kind of taking on a higher director role, and he deserves that. He's been putting a lot of effort into this in all these years, so he's trying to get other people to fill the void and take over for him. Long story short, the Monerocon committee voted against collaborating with Monerotopia. This was actually during the last Monerotopia show. At the end of the show, I wasn't, I was watching the chat, and honestly, at that point, I just didn't have the energy to start talking about it. So between then and now, there's been some conversations happening in that chat. I went and kind of yelled at everybody in the room, just speaking the truth, giving them my honest reaction to the lack of their ability to come together and collaborate. So since then, they've decided to do a revote, which is cool. So they're going to revote on it. That's actually happening today, because the Monerocon meetings always happen on Saturdays, basically the same time as the Monerotopia show. So I think I propose we make them the special guest today. So around 1 o'clock, we'll run our special guest segment. We'll bring up the Monerocon chat. Obviously, they'll be talking about other things, but I think it's their main discussion, and we'll be able to see them having the chat. I invited them to come on the show. Originally, they were happy to come on the show because they wanted to shill Monerocon, but now that this controversy is happening, they didn't want to come talk about it on the show. They'd rather type it in the chat room. Nobody wants to come out and talk like human beings. So we'll bring up their chat and we'll watch the computers discuss collaborating with Monerotopia, and maybe we'll get permission from the MoneroCon AI to proceed. So we shall see. I was flabbergasted, man. I thought it was such a no-brainer, and then like we had AJ on the show. He saw it as a no-brainer. Some of the other higher ups at MoneroCon saw it as a no-brainer, but the people that actually like do the day-to-day on the committee voting just like decided to vote against it. Actually, ComradeBlin led the vote against it, which I was highly disappointed about, considering he came out of Monerotopia. We used to have, we kind of brought him out into the community. He was doing the dev segments on this show.
Calling him out.
What? I don't. It's true. Like, come on, we got to call. Like, there's plenty of time for him to change. I mean, he's a young dude. I think he's obviously very, very intelligent.
Well, did they say why they voted against it? Was it due to complexity of trying to integrate that?
The main reason, and I'm sure we'll get into it more once we bring up the chat later. Guys, by the way, like and share. Let's get a bunch of people in here. The main reason was because they voted against having Xano as a sponsor at their conference. And they voted against having DarkFi as a sponsor, which I don't even think DarkFi necessarily asked to sponsor, but like they just put them in this category of projects they won't associate with on a sponsorship level, yet they'll allow them to come speak, which I see as completely backwards, by the way. Like, if you're going to give somebody the stage where you don't necessarily want to associate that with that project in a way you feel like you're going to artificially pump it or whatever, they should then at least be benefiting by their sponsorship. That's like the logic Monerotopia uses. Like, if I'm going to give, some quote-unquote fringe privacy tech project that wants to come and talk to the Monero community, have the Monero stage, and be associated with Monerotopia, number one, they have to take the stage. They have to be able to answer the hard questions from the community. And number three, I asked them to then sponsor the conference so we can benefit from them, right? So we're not just giving them a stage where they can benefit from shilling their project, but then we benefit from them as a conference by having them, fund the conference. MoneroCon takes the opposite approach, which puts them in a situation where they now have to do a Monero CCS and raise funds from the Monero community to cover their shortfall, which throughout the years they've raised hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of Monero to cover their budget. Monerotopia has never directly raised any money from the community. We sell tickets, and more so, we get sponsorships, and that's how we keep the tickets super cheap. So yeah, that was the main reason, is they voted against having Xano as a sponsor, and because Xano is going to be one of the Monerotopia PorcFest sponsors, which is great. Thank you, Xano. You're allowing us to get this $12,000 tent. There's a lot of costs that come with this. Cake was our first main stage sponsor. Thank you, Cake. But thank you, Xano, as well. I mean, that's we've gone through this before. Why I am okay with Xano, especially okay with them supporting our projects. But MoneroCon was concerned that while they show our live stream, you may see a Xano logo, behind on the main stage. So they're willing to throw away 30 hours of content coming from PorcFest that will be playing on a TV somewhere at MoneroCon where people can go and huddle around and go, oh, what's that? Oh, that's PorcFest. Because, 90% of people at MoneroCon don't even know about PorcFest. It's all a bunch of Europeans, great people, but it's like the other side of the Monero community. They don't even know it exists. They're like, oh, that's PorcFest. Really? What's PorcFest? Oh, that's like the largest libertarian meetup in the U.S.
Pork eating festival.
Yeah, they learn about it. Oh, a lot of Bitcoiners came out of PorcFest. Oh, and guess what? More people use Monero at PorcFest than here at MoneroCon. Oh, cool. That's awesome.
Is that actually true? That's crazy.
I mean, I think I'm probably the best person to assess that. I've been at all MoneroCons. I've been at a bunch of PorcFests throughout the years. Last year, we spent our time literally walking around to each vendor, putting them on a big map. And our only constraint was the amount of time we had talking to each vendor. But by and large, like, I don't know, like 90% of them accepted Monero.
Wow.
Or at least we're willing to, right? And like people are actually using Monero there because you're there living there for a week. You know, it's not some like pseudo living off of it. I'll buy a beer just so I could say I use Monero. It's like, all right, I'm actually hungry. I need to get breakfast. The guy over there accepts Monero, right?
Yeah, I remember at MoneroCon, it was just, I think you could pay for drinks. And then there was this one stand selling, it was like empanadas or something, but that was it.
Yeah.
That was about
Yeah,
it.
they had like the jerk chicken guy or something. And he was great. He accepted it 2 years in a row. They set him up. You know, I'm not knocking that. I realize that, you know, they're doing the best they can do, but for them to just disregard Monerotopia Porkfest to the point where they're not willing to play it on a screen. Not to mention that the stream is happening after basically MoneroCon is already over, right? Like because of the time difference. So like we won't start streaming till like 11 a or start the talks on our end till like 11 a.m. or something in New Hampshire, which is going to be like 5 p.m. their time. So that's kind of like when things are wrapping up. So they can then start to put the Monerotopia Porkfest talks on as people huddle, you know, go into the bar area and they're just hanging out after hours. They could see the talks if they want to see them. I thought it was really a no-brainer. And then on our end, we'd play their talks. It's a little less convenient for us in terms of timing. Because their talks are going to be super early in the morning. So, I mean, we'll have to play them on repeat. But probably like a Luke Parker, I imagine, you know, well, I don't know. He might speak super early. I'm hoping like Luke Parker talks at like, I don't know, 1 o'clock or something or 2 o'clock. And then we could play his stream on our end. Anyway, we're going to have all the MoneroCon talks going at Monerotopia. They were okay with that aspect. They were okay with us playing their talks, which I was like, I wasn't asking you for permission to play. Like, I'm going to do that anyway, right? You guys are publishing them. They're public. I'm not asking you for permission to play a Luke Parker talk at a Monerotopia Porkfest event. I'm just going to put it on my TV. I'm just going to put it on the screen. We're all going to watch it. I wasn't asking MoneroCon for permission.
They're going to DMCA you.
I hope they didn't think I needed permission because that's just concerning. Like, it's a public stream. It's not some like, they don't have a private stream of the conference that people are paying for to watch virtually. It's public. And all the Monerotopia streams will be public from Porkfest. So we're not selling a virtual conference ticket. We're not selling any tickets. It's just you have to attend Porkfest or you can watch it at home live. And so that's that. We'll talk about it at 1 o'clock, I'm sure. And hopefully they vote for it. Honestly, like, I was so frustrated by it. I was ready to be like, you know, just forget about it because just the emotional stress that comes with dealing with this situation just because I found it to be so shocking. It was like kind of insulting. Like, guys, can't we work together to make the biggest Monero event ever, right? Like collectively, if things work out, I mean, we should be breaking all-time highs on transaction count during MoneroCon and Monerotopia Porkfest event, right? Like we've seen that in the past with Monerotopia events, MoneroCon events. We see a spike for whatever reason because of the event, because people are excited about getting the word out about Monero, and then people are actually transacting and using it at the events. So now we'll have 2 events happening at the same time on opposite sides of the globe, and just a lot of, you know, attention around Monero at that time, and then just hundreds of people actually using it for that weekend. So it should be cool. I think we should all celebrate that together and try to make it, you know, a big event. Obviously, no matter what they vote on, obviously MoneroCon, you always are welcome to the stage here to shill your event, whatever. This is, you know, we want Monerotopia to be the town square of Monero, right? It's a public for anybody in Monero land to come out and talk and shill things and get the word out on important projects. So I would obviously never hold that against them because that would just hurt us as what we're trying to do over here. But it did really frustrate me, and I'm just hoping we can maybe learn from this process a little bit and learn to focus on the goal. there, like a no-brainer decision like that shouldn't cause all this rift and like a week of us wasting our time when we could all be focusing on other things. So that is that. And we'll get to it around 1 o'clock. We have Shortwave Surfer. Do you need tip 25 cents? Do you need to switch the show start time to 11:10 instead of 11 since that doesn't seem doable? Like this is kind of like what I'm talking about here. Like in terms of like unnecessary. Like Shortwave, you've contributed so much. I greatly appreciate all your contributions, especially with getting the word out.
I'm sure it's friendly banter, but yes, Shortwave.
On XMR Bazaar and Havino. He's made the point a couple times. We get it. Yes, ideally we'll show up at time, but that really shouldn't matter all that much. Neilus tipped $1.23. Sup guys? Thanks for keeping the show alive. Just saying, if there are any Python PHP programmers among the viewers, I'm now accepting contributions to the Darknet Lantern project. Here's the XMR Bazaar listing. Wait, what is? Do we know what this is again? Oh, wait, this was.
Yeah, you talked about this like a month or two ago.
Right. On how best to use and get involved, right, in Monero, things like that.
Well, I was pretty sure the Darknet Lantern was an Onion search engine, effectively.
Yeah. But it takes you to like Monero content, right?
Yeah, it's got a lot of Monero stuff on it. Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Neilist, obviously, you're always welcome to jump up, give us updates on what you're working on, but that's exciting to hear. Right. We got 69 live viewers, guys. Like and retweet, get the word out. We will bring Bawdy up, do price report. We don't have an official special guest for today, but we'll make MoneroCon the special guest around 1 o'clock as we bring up their live discussion happening in the MoneroCon chat room. And if anybody from MoneroCon does want to jump up and represent at that time, you're more than welcome to. Invited them various times. But yeah, without further ado, and then we have Tony with the news. So I guess we'll do those things because we have an hour and a half till 1 o'clock, and then they probably won't discuss the Monerotopia thing until a little after that.
Okay.
So, if you want to take it away, we'll get Bawdy up here.
Sweet. Let's do it.
The Monerotopia Price Report segment is sponsored by Exolix, a privacy-focused, non-custodial instant crypto exchange. Go to exolix.com to enjoy secure and completely anonymous swaps with no KYC or sign-up. Swap between Monero and 2,000 plus assets at the most competitive rates and with no limits. Exolix.com, your fast and secure way to privacy.
GMGM Bawdy.
Hello, what's up, guys?
What's going on, man? How you doing?
I'm good. Got a full night of sleep last night. It was wonderful.
Nice.
Went to bed early and everything. It was so wholesome.
What allowed that to happen?
I don't know. I just decided not to be retarded.
Yeah, I slept very well last night too. I had a good workout during the day. I think that's what triggered it. It was nice.
You know
and
what?
Penelope wasn't here last night. She's
there you go.
At her grandmother, so that may have helped as well.
Yeah, you know what? I think triggered some like bad sleep for a few weeks, maybe like 4 weeks actually. I tried like going to this different split lifting, and so it's basically 6 days on, and you're just doing upper lower splits. And apparently you might even be better doing just full body 3 days a week than doing upper lower splits for 6, because you get like systemic fatigue. It was crazy because I was like making progress, but I could kind of like feel this incremental fatigue just creeping on, even though I was making progress and not like definitely not moving backwards. And eventually, like it just kind of hit a slight breaking point, and part of it was like I wasn't sleeping as good anymore, so I had to like dedicate myself to taking a chill pill and trying to get some more sleep.
Yeah, that's like a lot of stress hormone being released, right, and stuff, and then obviously your body just doesn't have time to recover. Like I work out now. I basically just work out twice a week now, and I just do those days pretty much like back to back, like Thursday,
Yeah.
Friday, or I'll do like Tuesday, Friday, and that just gives me. And on one of those days I'm doing legs, lower body, and the other day I'm doing upper body. So I try to like literally space it out as much so my body has like a week to recover. And that's actually been because that's always been my problem, like injuries and stuff, and obviously my ankle is a whole issue, but it works out pretty well. I've actually been starting to trend kind of back up in terms of going up in weight and stuff, allowing my body to heal for an entire week. It's been
Yeah.
working out.
I mean, the recovery obviously is pretty important.
Yeah.
Well, I've been reading on like recovery and like how quickly your body is able to recover. And so the idea was reducing the sets in a single session to like one or two, but then doing it more times per week. And it definitely seemed to, like, as far as the muscles were concerned, they were able to recover from that. But yeah, just the 6 days on your central nervous system, apparently that's a little bit too much for most people, unless you're like a beginner, you know, or maybe if you're on some of that TRT or something, which, you know, you don't do any of that. So
I used to be like that. I used to be working out every day, like, you know, it was like part of my routine. Yeah, it's not even so much the muscles for me. It's like my joints and ligaments and stuff. Like that's where I get my, you know, my injuries. And you know, those things don't fucking heal, right? You get like a freaking tennis elbow or golfer, or whatever you want to call it. Like, you know, like once you get that, you know, whatever, and that could be from doing pull-ups the wrong way or something. Once it goes, it becomes like it's very hard to get rid of without like just not using it at all and like proper nutrition, or I guess if you're doing some other kind of like alternative therapy. But
I do a shitload of like alignment, trigger point. I wouldn't call it stretching so much. It's kind of like dynamic stretching, but like joint mobilizations and warm up, stuff like that. Like I spend literally 40 minutes to an hour just like doing a warm up routine, doing like a mobilization routine.
That's awesome, man.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I'm sure you're doing it all right, but this is what my life affords me at this point, twice a week.
Yeah,
and then the other days, I'm like, I'll just go outside, like we're discussing the other day, you know, touch grass, take my shoes off, hang out, and like maybe like try to sprint, like you know, 100 yards. Do that like twice.
Oh, bro, I know you're touching grass every day. Please.
I got it, man.
Both kinds.
I'm an animal. I need to be outside. Can't be stuck inside.
Tuck's got it.
Yeah, I got it too.
Well, shall we do it?
Yes.
Yeah, let's do it.
We do have a super chat from Ernie C. Tip 25 cents Monero Talk rules. You guys are doing amazing work. Thank you. Thank you, Ernie C. Appreciate it.
All right.
Right.
Doing pretty good on price still. We had that dip last week. Seems like we're heading on back here. Above 200, well above 200, 215 currently. Still in this band structure. You know, this is going to be, honestly, talking about the Monero price is, well, it sometimes can get a little bit boring because Monero price doesn't do much. It just kind of stays stable, and then it goes up sometimes. Like once every few years, it'll go up, and then it'll be stable again. That's really what we actually should want from price. That's better for adoption. So right now, we're basically looking at the two band structures here. That's the very long-term bands and then the slightly shorter-term bands. And we're forming, you know, kind of this thing where we're doing this seesaw action in between the two of them. And if you look at it, we could probably extend this to the right some. I don't know, how far could we take this into the future until you would hope? Yeah, so I mean, this thing could really continue going on for a few months. Obviously, you know, macro crash, all bets are off. This thing could take some big dips. I think we have talked previously about eyeballing that $135 level as a gift from the crypto gods if they were to give us such a thing. And then hypothetically, in the really like worst case scenario, I would expect probably 100. If there's some like huge systemic crash that, you know, and then the intervention and the liquidity and all that has to happen, you know, I'll be eyeballing $100. Obviously, again, as we always say, subject to change in real time, right? Subject to reevaluation in real time, which you always have to do, right? If you have targets, I mean, hell, I do that over the short term as well. Like if I'm trying to take short-term plays, I'll be like, okay, here's my levels. Here's what we're looking at. Kind of create a plan, you know, everyone has a plan until you get hit in the mouth or until the dips on you. And then, you know, and then you got to figure out what to do after that. So Yeah, just always keeping your plans versatile, that you can readjust in real time if the situation seems to change. At the moment, the situation is not changing with Monero at all. We are basically just continuing to set lower lows. You'll notice as of the past, I guess that was actually 2 weeks ago, we set a slightly higher lower low on that wick right there from the wicks that happened. What date would that would be? That would be the beginning of February. So yep, Monero still looking strong. We can see this in the Bitcoin versus Monero price. Basically still kind of up here at those blue bands. We said that we would expect that these blue bands would pose some kind of resistance zone. I would have hoped to see this resistance zone to be slightly higher, right? I would like to see Monero at the 0.00, is it 0.002 level? Yeah, 1, 2, 3, yeah, 1,000. Okay. Yeah, at the 0.002 level. Or 00257, I should say. I would hope to be a little bit above that. It's like maybe at the 0.0027 level. That would be kind of where I would personally want to be, basically at this area right here. I would want to be consolidating in this area because that's, slightly more bullish. Again, if the crypto bull market decides to make a reemergence and take off, it's going to be difficult to think Monero is going to keep up with Bitcoin on any major pumps. That's just not how we've seen the price action unfold for the past 4 years, 5 years now. So I don't expect that to change anytime soon, but that's okay. We get our returns come in sort of counter-cyclical movements as the markets are flat and sideways or slightly down. That's usually when Monero kind of tends to make its comeback. But yeah, I guess things are okay. Things are fine here with Bitcoin Monero. We've sort of broken down from the uptrend line, this line right here, if you can see that. Things have definitely broken down below that line as of this past week. You would basically call that confirmed. That's okay. Like nothing goes up in a straight line, and all short-term lines were eventually meant to be broken. Some of them turn into long-term lines, but that's rare. This one has lasted since basically the bottom in November. So okay, yeah, things are looking fine there with Bitcoin versus Monero price. I don't expect any fireworks on that chart anytime soon. The Monero dominance is actually looks like a bit of a nicer chart, if you ask me. That's the 8-hour. Let's go to the daily. Get a little bit more price history here. Yeah, so you can see here on this price chart, effectively we set the lower standard deviation bands at about 0.1% of the entire crypto market cap, and that's what these orange lines are down there. And then the blue lines were set from back really like a year, almost 2 years ago now, right? From this up move here, and then the blue bands here are effectively right now kind of capping the price action there on Monero. You would hypothetically say that, okay, we've come to the top, we've come to the bottom, we're back here at the top. That usually is enough oscillation to make some new kind of breakout, but this is XMR.D we're talking about. So I wouldn't expect this chart to break out either, to be honest with you guys. It could potentially break out a little bit. Like this thing might give us a little bit of oomph all the way up here to the like 0.17% level. Perhaps like if a miracle happens, we could even get to the 0.2% level. And then up here, and then maybe like come back down, or maybe not. I honestly, I wouldn't expect that to be the case. I would really just kind of hope for consolidation here in the blue level for some period of time. Again, it's the same thing with the XMR.D chart as with the XMR BTC chart. If you get a resumption of the bull market, don't expect to keep up in the market cap overall with crypto, because like just crazy shit pumps to the top side. And I think all you guys, I think you all definitely know about that. We haven't looked at the XMR gold chart in a while, so we'll do that. Not again, so we're on the weekly here, so this is a big broad view. Yeah, we definitely had a nice big comeback here for the past, really for the entirety of almost all of 2024. And so we're basically hanging out in the standard, in the moving average cluster here, the white bands right there. So kind of hanging out at the moving average bands, and that's, I guess, kind of boring. Hanging out at the moving average is definitely slightly boring, but hey, what are you going to do? Yeah, nothing too special with this chart, kind of setting higher lows progressively over the course of many, many months. Gold price, man, I guess gold has just been on a tear. It continues to set new levels, new highs. Okay, so anyways, yeah, XMR gold chart. I don't really have any like striking commentary for this chart. So anyways, apologize for that. Let's go to Bitcoin. Let's go to crypto. One thing that's interesting you'll notice here is that as far as the Z-scores are concerned, as far as comparing Monero to its relative volatility with a 100-day look back, Monero is still doing quite well compared to basically everything else. Let's see what else is doing good. What else? Maybe XRP try to like make a little pump here recently. Perhaps Binance chain. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Monero's, again, we've been at the top side relative to everyone else. This is unsurprising because everything has just kind of slowly been bleeding off since January. So, yeah, and at this, but what you'll notice here, we're basically at the 0 point, right? We're at the 0 z-score level, which kind of basically just means flat. When you hang out at a certain level like that for for that long, like it kind of, especially if you're above the 0 point and you're kind of flat, that usually means you're going down. I won't redescribe the mathematics of how z-scores work. It's just a very, very common way of normalizing assets with I shouldn't say assets, anything that has a disparate number with too many zeros behind it that makes it difficult to compare to another number with less or even more zeros behind it or in front of it. That's what z-scores are for. You basically can just normalize everything to a 0 point. Anyways, XMR doing better than everything else for the meantime. Cool. I won't expect that to last too long. Still waiting on this macro crash, but we got a couple extra signs here, but it's still, skeleton at the keyboard here for macro crash at the moment. So let's talk about Bitcoin. Currently, Bitcoin has made a little bit of a comeback here. It kind of had the big scare off down here to the 76,000 level. That's pretty close to getting, to tagging the actual 73,000, the previous all-time high. Let me see if I can make this brighter. Sorry, this is going to take a second for the chart to reload. That's the wrong one. Of course, I clicked the wrong one. Yeah, I try to put these brighter for you guys so that you can see them, because I realized on YouTube it doesn't always show up super bright. I think that's close enough. Anyways, okay, so these are moving average cluster right here. The more prominent aspect of the moving average cluster still does hang out at about 74,000. That's kind of where I would sort of expect it to have touched, but maybe it's too obvious to go straight exactly to the to the previous all-time high. So things have definitely kind of touched that previous all-time high almost. I mean, what's that? What would that measurement be? Within 4%, within 4%. Sorry about the bells, guys. There's nothing I could do about that. Just imagine that it's Christmas or something. It's actually garbage collection. Anyways, I don't know if y'all can hear that or not, but I can. Okay, anyway, so as far as wave magic, as far as the technicals are concerned, basically you have these blue band structures that came up here. Normally you would expect to set that as like a support. Instead, things came to the top side, got sort of stopped out at the purple bands, which is exactly why these purple bands are really useful. You'll notice that's exactly where things kind of found their stopping point. And if we were like in this like super bullish scenario, this should have held, right? This area right here, when things broke down at the end of February, 84,000, that should have held. That was like a key spot that you really wanted to hold, 85,000. And it almost pretended like it was gonna, and then it just didn't. And so now effectively this area right here, the 86,000, that's actually resistance. So Bitcoin tried to get above there this week. It was unable to get above the 86. Let's do a real perfect measurement up on that 87,000 level. Bitcoin was unable to beat 87,000 on Wednesday, and then it kind of has pulled back a little bit. We could drop into the lower time frame and try to do like a little bit more near-term analysis. Heavy on the tea leaves today. Heavy on the tea leaves. We'll talk about some macro stuff later, but I don't know. I just didn't see anything. Maybe I missed something in the news because I wasn't like paying a huge amount of attention, but I didn't see anything too crazy interesting happening in crypto. I think everyone's just kind of like, crypto's in like this boring spot right now. It's like, okay, nothing's happening.
It's in like a limbo.
Sticks at it. What's that?
It's in a limbo.
Yeah. No one knows what to do. I mean, I've actually been pretty proud, like, of the crypto space. They're not like, oh my God, to the moon, and they're not like, oh my God, it's about to die. I've seen like a little bit more rationality from like the crypto people in general. So maybe everyone's maturing. That's possible. All the millennials are starting to grow up and get that wisdom. It could be the case. Okay, yeah. So on the shorter time frame, we're on the 4-hour candles here. We're basically inhabiting this orange band structure, which is the lower standard deviation band structure. You'll notice it's kind of rolled over. We have set it now a couple times as this support. And what's crazy, guys? I mean, this stuff is so good. Like, let's go to the 2-hour. You'll be able to see this a lot better on an even shorter time frame. But effectively, you'll notice that, like, where did things stop out here? At exactly that lower standard deviation cluster, the very bottom of the standard deviation cluster. Same thing, maybe not quite right here. That would have been more right there. But these standard deviation clusters are just like really incredible for kind of predicting where spots that could be good pivot moments. Anyways, so the point is that yeah, price is still hanging out in this lower standard deviation band structure, right? So basically, sitting just below 90,000, so like 89,000, and currently at like 82,000. That's sort of like the orange band structure there. And right now, I wouldn't expect things to change. Like hypothetically, if things pump here, I would probably short. I'm probably going short at 89,000. These band structures are moving, by the way. So when I say that today, that's not going to be the same price at the same point next week, right? These bands are dynamic, and so you kind of always have to be reevaluating them, which is why it's hard to it's hard to set them up for like if you want to set orders, like you have to reevaluate them pretty regularly because the location of the bands are going to change. Often they flatten out and they don't change very much at all, but sometimes like they can be really dynamic. Anyways, yeah, Bitcoin is sort of sitting in no man's land, kind of like Tux said, limbo. No one really knows what to do here. People are like, wait, shouldn't we have already gone up again? What the fuck? And then there's like the macro crash fears happening out there, of which I am a purveyor of such fear. So I apologize. Sorry, not sorry. Excuse me a moment. Okay, so yeah, that's Bitcoin. Where's it going to go? What's it going to do? Let's go to the shorter time frame, and I'll give you some Nostradamus predictions here. I'll just pull something out my ass. Okay, Bitcoin is probably going to. Oh shit, man! This didn't bring any clarity at all. Bitcoin's going to try and continue moving towards the upside here for some period of time next week, looks like to me, unless we actually get some big macro crash in earnest. It's effectively trying to set this moving average cluster here at 84,000, and it's going to bump up here to 85 and then wiggle around and then try to come back at the top side. It'll probably make 88,000 sometime next week, in this upcoming week, at which point 88, 89 is most likely a good shorting opportunity. At least for a swing trade, and then perhaps that could turn into the macro crash and you could let that run. I don't know. Anyways, I don't really believe any of that. I'm just kind of like giving you some Nostradamus predictions on what's going to happen for this next week. So if you really wanted to try and trade just some very unconvincing Bawdy analysis, you could long Bitcoin.
Yeah, Bawdy, what happened to that macro crash last week?
I didn't say it was happening last week, bro. You don't put me on that. I recant. No, I don't. Let's go to the macro. Yeah. So the point is, guys, like shit's flashing yellow. Okay. So let's go to the old chart. That's maybe the biggest one here. Maybe I need to just draw permanent lines for this. So we said, this is the yellow zone, right? This is our yellow zone. This is, hey, start paying attention. Things could get bad. Like this is the beginning of breakdown. And then we said down here, this area here is flashing red. If you start seeing closes, multiple daily closes in this area, so basically, sorry for the people that don't have the charts pulled up, they're just listening on audio. Effectively, we said that the yellow zone for oil is effectively below 69 and above $66 per barrel of oil. So we're clearly in the yellow zone. Breakdown from the uptrend has clearly happened. But anything if you start seeing closes below $66 per barrel, that's flashing red at you. That's like, hey, guys, shit's really, really being problematic. Now, you want to corroborate that against other stuff, like, for example, the reverse repos. So remember we talked about the potential for reverse repos to actually start showing some kind of uptrend. This might be the beginning of that. It's still maybe a little bit not as beautifully uptrendy as I would like to call a chart, but it still is fairly, right? So you got a bottom out there that happened. It pretended like it was going to come down. It wanted to try and come lower. The lowest it could go is zero, currently sitting at about 200 billion, but it had dropped as low as 57 billion. Okay, anyways, so it kind of dipped down, but then as of this week, it's come back up. Has it set a higher high? No. But if that, again, we're looking like, is it going to do this? Is it going to start doing this action? Because that action, an actual uptrend. So if we get daily closes on the reverse repos that are above 240 billion, 250 billion-ish on the RRPON chart from the Federal Reserve Bank of New York, if we start showing an uptrend there, that is again another corroborating signal. So if you see reverse repos showing an uptrend and you see oil going into that red flashy zone, that's really where you want to start being very, very careful. Hell, you probably want to take some shorts. Like seriously, if you see those two things, then you probably want to start looking at taking some shorts. And then again with the bonds. So we're always talking about bonds here. Very interesting bonds. The most interesting, some would say the most interesting. And so if the bonds start curling down again, if we start seeing drop off in the bonds, that is another corroborating signal. Bonds usually happen like synonymous with the crash. Sometimes like you might have a few days of lead time. You might at best have a week of lead time. But if you see bonds crashing, reverse repos going to the top side, and oil crashing, that is your sign. That's like, get the fuck out of the market. Don't wait for Saturday, right? Don't wait for me to come here and tell you. You're gonna have to monitor that on your own time, because this shit can go down on a Monday, right? So I can't do anything for you on a Monday. I can post to Twitter, but you know, I don't know how many people are actually on Twitter, and I don't know how many people should actually be on Twitter. All right, let's go to the credit spreads. Again, credit spreads are the difference between government rates and corporate rates. When everything is fine and everyone believes in the economy, that spread drops very, very low, because corporations are considered to have, you know, risks similar to the government, right? So the corporations can offer lower rates. But when shit gets uncertain and people are getting scared and they're not sure what they should do, the corporations, you think, well, hey, how many of these guys are going bankrupt? I demand higher rates if I'm going to give you money, corporations. And so that spread increases, okay, right? Corporations have to offer higher rates, whereas the government can, you know, they can usually just keep their rates pretty low. They're the safer bonds, right? There's even a demand for government bonds as shit starts to crash, because like, well, the government's not going to go bankrupt and they can just print more money, so they'll always be able to pay their rates. And that's true. That's actually true. So people consider government bonds significantly safer. They move to government bonds and out of corporate bonds, which actually like can help to push the government bonds down. Like that can push the rate of government bonds down. So corporate spreads, as they spike, is usually something that happens synonymous with crashes, right? You can actually see this in the chart very clearly. Here's the 2020 crash. You can go all the way back here to 2008. You know, look at that guy, right? That guy went from like 2.5% all the way to like a spread of 21%. Wow, fucking Vegas blackjack. They did it. Yeah, so you can basically see that if the credit spreads start spiking again, that's another way for you to think of corroborating signals, right? Is this thing actually happening, or we still got to wait? I know I talk about it a lot, but we are in the crosshairs, guys. We really are. Like this shit, I still think this is happening. It could be happening next week. Maybe it still takes a few more weeks, right? Maybe it takes until mid-April. I don't know. I know think
exactly what day, Bawdy. I need that crystal ball.
God, I should have never called the top. I should have never called that April 14th top, because now everyone expects freaking 1 day candle resolution on the next crash. I can't, guys. Do my best, but you know, I'll try. I'll probably be able to give you like at best 24 hours of warning before the shit happens. So, yeah. Anyways, one thing I think that is instructive is to look at this oil chart. Remember, guys, I told you for like this entire time, I was like, this is bullshit. I was like, this is a chart pretending like it's not going to break down, like it's going to, you know, come back up. And it's not what's happening. Oil is going to come back down to the downside, and then it broke down that uptrend, right? That broke down there. And now things are just hanging out, and they've hung out here for 2 weeks. Notice in this, is it 2 weeks? Maybe we call it a week and a half now. It's hung out in this area now for like 2 weeks, whereas like you've only had a few days here, a few days here, a few days here, right? For the most part, oil was not hanging out at this level for a week or two on end. It was just kind of dipping down there. Well, now we're hanging out there for a week or two on end, and it's almost doing the same kind of bullshit action. It's like, oh, we're not actually going to drop. We're gonna do this, and then eventually that's going to happen. The bottom's going to fall out on this thing. So, it's like I don't know if that's a natural market action, or if there's kind of like players in the background trying to keep this shit together for as long as they can. You know, trying to delay it for as long as they can, and like they're fighting against natural market actions. Maybe they're just having fun and laughing in their smoky corporate boardrooms. I don't know. Anyways, it's just kind of instructive, I think, because it's like this, just like the oil chart hung on for a period of time here before starting to break down. It's like trying to hang on for its last gasps here before it's going to break down again. So how long could that be? I don't know, a week or 2 weeks, whatever. But I'm just trying to give you the tools that you need so that you can look at the markets yourself without Bawdy. You don't need my guiding voice here every day. You just need to look at the right things, and then you'll be able to short the market.
Are you saying I should do my own research and not take everything you say at complete face value?
Dior, bro, Dior. Is that how you pronounce that? I don't think anyone pronounces it that way. I don't think anyone pronounces it.
Not blame you for any potential losses I incur.
Come at me, bro. Come at me. No, please don't. I don't want to go to court. I probably won't even show up. You'll just win the default judgment. And I'll just like move to, I don't know, Suriname or something. Some random country you can't pronounce. Okay, let's go to gold. Gold has at least like been pretty good. Or on the 4 hour, we'll go to the daily. Gold found another all-time high. Made it all the way to 3,000.
3K. Yeah, clap for gold there. Wow.
think. Oh, do I have a sound effect for this? Hang on, let me see. Nope. Fuck it. I'll have to figure out which one is my sound effect. Yes. That was a me.
Very low quality, but there you go.
That was the highest quality sound clap we've ever had on the show. So yeah, gold set 3K. We were expecting that was going to happen. We've been expecting actually continued positive movement in gold. I keep saying if there's a macro crash, maybe gold will fall too. But it seems like gold is a safety play. Like stocks are down, stocks are crying. Weak Doge with his tears, but gold continues to perform. The luster of gold is very attractive for the market at the moment. So I was actually looking for something this week, and I wanted to actually short gold on a stupid little swing trade, and I just missed it because I was not paying attention. Anyways, these purple bands are so perfect. God, they're so good. Yeah, things touch the top of these purple bands, and that's like usually a good spot to look for like a temporary pullback. So that was actually good for like a 1.5% pullback. But let's go to the longer term and just get our bearings again. So, we're effectively gold is kind of riding up these bands, and maybe I don't know. For all I know, that could be a more long-term top if we're getting any kind of macro crash, which could still be some ways away. But this purple band right here, I'm definitely expecting to touch that. Like that should be forthcoming. It's too obvious. Like we've talked about for weeks. That is a solid spot if you want to convert gold into something else. That is a solid spot to look for to do it. But there's also the oh no. Okay, never mind. There's also this guy up here. There's another purple line up here. The difference is that these purple lines at the bottom are static. So they're like the 100-day, the 500-day, the 1,000-day, the 5,000-day or week, etc. Whereas the solid purple line up here, that is the continuously computed lifetime upper standard deviation derivative or extension, if you will. And so it's like the problem with these moving averages, or like, let's just call it a moving average, right? If you're doing a moving average, it's 5,000 days and it's rolling, but it's not for the lifetime of the chart, right? It doesn't start from the very first candle. It just rolls with the next candle. And so you're not getting the full, complete, like moving average of the entire lifetime of the chart. You have to do some special there. And there's maybe someone has put something into TradingView lately. I don't know, but I had to like specially program that shit so that I could look at every single candle. And every time there's a new candle, it recalculates for the new candle. And that's what this upper purple band is. Anyways, that's like a very extremely headliner spot. That is the place to sell your gold into something else. If we actually can make it up there, looks like this line will do something like that. So currently it sits at about 4,000, more like 3,800, 3,900. Obviously, it's moving towards the upside. So we don't know exactly when we'll get there. Probably, overall, this chart will probably continue trending upwards for the next year or so, at least for the next year or so. So we're really looking at like 4,000 gold by next year, and $4,100, $4,400 gold, perhaps over the next year or so. Touching that line is your headliner spot to like just rebalance. You're not trading. You're just rebalancing your portfolio. You're rebalancing assets. Gold has become a significantly larger portion of your portfolio. Rebalance that into, I don't know, anything else that you feel weak on. Perhaps you're not part of the landed gentry. Then you need to get some land, bro. And there's definitely the philosophy of you shouldn't be allowed to vote if you don't have land. Probably just shouldn't be allowed to vote. Nobody should be allowed to vote ever. But your stake in society, etc. There's like this whole philosophy about that. They're probably not entirely wrong. Anyways, yeah. So gold continues to rise. That's cool. Everybody's happy for that. Dixie hasn't done much. It fell off. I say we, obviously America. Dixie fell off and has just kind of been chilling here, riding between 103 and 104. Cool. I don't know if this chart's going to be all that instructive for us at the moment. Maybe if it starts going back towards the upside, Dixie gets a shitload of volatility. Like in a macro crash, it'll go down, it'll spike down, then it'll spike up, and then it'll spike down again. Usually at the end of everything, it'll downtrend over a period of time. Like it'll spike up because everyone's like, safety play dollar. And then they're like, oh, okay, they intervened. And then the Dixie chart will start like gradually moving towards the downside as people reallocate into risk. Very common thing for that to happen. We can take a look here at the global liquidity and the United States liquidity, which is in green. U.S. liquidity is in green. It has been coming towards the downside, which means that Liquidity is coming out of the markets. A lot of that was mediated by the reverse repos spiking up lately. So that's probably where part of this is coming down. The other part is, again, the Federal Reserve is selling their balance sheet. Jay Powell decided to hold his hand steady as a rock on Wednesday and not change rates, which is exactly what we expected him to do. Let's see. Did he say anything of importance? God, he's so boring these days. He used to be fun to listen to, but I just don't. I'm not getting anything from him. I wish he would like spice it up a little bit, but I don't think he really said. I kind of like listened to the first 10 minutes and then I got bored and switched off. But yeah, they're going to hold rates steady. He said maybe 2 rate decreases this year, but that goes out the window if the economy starts to crash. So yeah, nothing interesting there. Okay, let's see. S&P 500 and the NASDAQ. Come on, charts. Expand. Okay, there we go. Yeah, they set some kind of low. What is that? Minus 10% probably. Yeah, they went down about 10%, which is, I mean, you know, we could go back through some history here. In 2024, there was a 10% fall off and then it came back. So, you know, people really aren't super uncomfortable at the moment. There's, you know, there's the people with their, like me, being like, the macro crash is coming, guys. But everyone's heard that so many, like it's that everyone's been shouting that from the rooftops for like 2 years now, and it hasn't happened. That's usually what happens. Like people are going to be like crash, crash, crash for like 2 or 3 years, and eventually it'll happen, you know? So it's about like trying to nail down when it's actually going to happen. So, you know, I've kind of had my own couple personal scares here, and then it's like, well, no, that's not going to happen. Okay, get long again. Right now I'm in the middle of another, you know, personal crisis here about, is it going to crash? Is my reputation going to go down the toilet because I'm Mr. I didn't, you know, because the macro crash didn't happen. I don't know, guys, whatever. Anyways, the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ are down about 10%, slightly recovered here. They're really just trending sideways. Market doesn't quite know what to do. This is, you know, maybe this is trending sideways for a little bit longer, right? Because let's go back here for the last time. Things fell down, and then within like 5 days, they had really come back up significantly. But things have come down, and it would be hard to call this a significant recovery, not in the same way that we've seen from other moments. Although, okay, back here, if we go back to, would that be April of 2024? That wasn't a 10% crash. That was only like a 6% crash. So, I mean, things are kind of like hanging out down here. So hypothetically, that doesn't necessarily look that great. Let me put some wave magic on this and see if we have any obvious levels. I haven't looked at. You can really tell I was looking at the S&P this week. Let's see here. I don't think I see any. So, I mean, there was an obvious level to have been found here, right? So this guy right there, that is a moving average, sorry, a moving standard deviation cluster. That's where the first bottom was found. Okay, yeah, I mean, that makes sense. One thing that I kind of expect from a TA perspective, you really expect to come back and touch the underside of those blue bands, right? You would expect the S&P to try and make it back towards like the 5,888 level. If we extend this line here, so another reason to think that too would be looking at the pleb line, right? And this pleb line is actually quite important. Let's go to the daily so that pleb line shows up better. And clear the wave magic. Yeah, so you can see this pleb line that we've talked about for a while. Actually, it's been on the chart for fucking months now, probably longer than that. This pleb line is a pretty important pleb line. It was broken down just now, and in some ways, it's reminiscent almost to me of the 2021 top where the S&P broke out of a similar channel as this. That doesn't mean I think we're going for a 1-year bear market here. I'm just saying that that's a significant event to break that trend line. And typically, you do expect after you break down to try and tag the underside of that line. That's a typical thing that happens. Doesn't always exactly happen perfectly. At the moment, the underside of that line is sort of synonymous with also the blue bands that we would want to look at. Let's go to the 2 hour so that becomes more clear for you guys. Okay, yeah. So you'll notice here where these blue bands are, where we talked about 5890-ish, 5888, is pretty close to where the underside of the pleb line is. So, I mean, we're really probably looking for some kind of rebound action into this area. You know, stocks can be weird. There's definitely less, they're definitely more efficient than crypto markets. So stocks tend to be more efficient than crypto markets, which makes it harder to find solid patterns there because usually they just get exploited. But okay, fine. Enough with stocks. I don't think there's really too much else here to talk about. I think we skipped over the privacy shitcoins. Maybe we'll go there in a second. Yeah, we talked about the GDP fell negative.
I mean, we could talk about it again, right? Because that's still contextually important, and maybe some people weren't listening on that show. Yeah, so we have the GDP here. You can see top left GDP now. If you're ever not sure what the symbol is, you can always just look at the top left there. Okay, so GDP for the last reporting cycle, which happened for January. That thing went down to, now it's minus 1.66. They're always revising this shit. They'll report a number, then they'll revise it, then they'll revise it again. It's like, okay, whatever, guys. I think they use that to jack shit around, but it was down at like minus 4%, I think, originally. Maybe it was only minus 3. I don't remember. Whatever, it doesn't matter. It's minus. The point is that it's minus. GDP is not supposed to be minus, right? We want positive. No one wants to hear negative. So unfortunately, GDP for the last number cycle between October and January fell into the negative. And so, yeah, that's a bad thing. That's kind of a recession indicator, right? Having GDP be negative for some period of time. Just so that you're aware, the Federal Reserve and the guys that say whether or not we had a recession or are having one, they always be like, well, it's fluid. Sometimes it might be, and sometimes it might not be. So they're not like, it's not just GDP. If GDP is negative for a couple quarters, yeah, but maybe that wasn't the full picture. And so allegedly they'll take into account like unemployment and I don't know, tariffs, probably not tariffs. They'll take into account unemployment and just like the general global trade picture and the international trade picture and decide whether or not they're like, well, it's not a hard formula. It's like love. You know it when you see it. So they're like claiming that, anyways, that's how they claim whether or not we've had a recession or not. Anyways, negative GDP is one of those big indicators that says, hey, you're in recession. But one little negative dip doesn't necessarily mean that you're in a recession. So if we see more of that, by the time you see another number here, it'll be too late. Like the market will have already crashed. So it's not really the greatest thing, but at least having one number down there does tell us, hey, that is, again, painting the picture, trying to look at the big overall, what's going on, right? You look at this thing, look at that thing, put the pieces together, right, et cetera, right? So that's part of the picture there. Okay, let me check the comments, make sure I haven't missed anything because I'm really bad about that. Yeah, if you want to put some of these up here, Tux, we can read them off.
Oh, sorry, I was muted. How's my mic sounding now? I was listening back on YouTube and it was way out of whack, so if you give me a quick mic check. Yeah,
we can hear you. You sound beautiful, fantastic.
Awesome. I do have a new microphone, so. All right, let's go and pull these up. We had a super chat from Sheldon, tipped $1. Doug, great interview with Derek Bros this week. I believe that he does not have his XMRChat set up to where he can receive chats, though. I tried tipping his profile a minute ago. Not receive chats. Oh, maybe like on XMRChat itself or on his like streaming platform. I'll have to take a look at that potentially. FD tipped $1. Maybe we can do other watch parties for PorkFest. Bet Wards, Ace Guy, and Sir Jams a Lot could get something going. Argentina/Mexico. Hell, maybe even Ecomber do a watch party in Nigeria. Well, we hope that these individuals will actually like come to like if they're gonna travel, we want them to actually come to the events, either PorkFest or MoneroCon. So I don't think it makes sense to travel somewhere to have a watch party necessarily. But if they're doing a watch party in their hometown, I think that's a cool thing to do. Andrew Collins tipped 25 cents. I don't think there's going to be a major crash anytime soon. More like a gradual controlled decline and slow push into technocracy and CBDCs. I could be wrong. My crystal ball broke recently.
Yeah, I mean there's always possibility of the slow decline, the slow roll down. It does happen sometimes. Yeah, and obviously we're all trying to predict the future here, and who of us really knows exactly what's going to happen? Right? It's hard to say. Crystal ball doesn't always. Sometimes, it's in the shop or whatever. Let's see. Someone also asked on the YouTube comments about, is there a per capita chart? Yeah, I mean, you could just divide the GDP by 330 million or whatever. Or you could maybe do the adult population. I don't know. We could just do that. Maybe there's something else involved with a per capita chart. I really haven't looked at per capita charts, to be honest. But that's probably, I mean, that's probably a reasonable way, especially to compare one country to another country. So maybe it'll be interesting to take a look at the tariffs and see if, like, over the course of a few years, if that affects things. I mean, obviously, a lot of stuff affects things. So if you can't just be like, oh, it was the tariffs. But You know, another thing to think about here on the macro picture, there are, I don't know, there's huge major tariffs coming in on, I think it's April 2nd, maybe it's April 4th. Good thing they didn't do April 1st, because then they would just renege on that one. But yeah, there's like some massive tariff. I think it's a North American tariff implementation that they're like, okay, we're going to wait on this for something. And it's like another major sweep. So that could be significant. Maybe I'd be looking at that. I actually have a buddy that was, this is funny. He's into the Vedic astrology stuff, and he was using ChatGPT to do Vedic astrology, right? To analyze the Vedic astrology of markets. And the Vedic astrology would say that the crash is coming here like early April, basically. Like I think the key date was March 29th, April 2nd, and then like May 27th were like all key kind of like time frames. So dates and time frames. So I don't know if you're into Vedic astrology. It's the Eastern kind of version, like we got our Western astrology, but you know, obviously Eastern is where all the enlightenment happens. So maybe you should use their astrology instead. But yeah, so a couple things just to clean up here. We missed the Monero transactions are sitting just below 30K. Okay, that's better than it was
About
a year ago.
average.
Yeah,
I guess a little better than a year ago.
and you know, actually, it's been very consistent now. So pretty much for the entire year now, for almost 3 months, things have just been sideways here, right just below 30,000. So the consistency is good. Actually, that's something we really would want to see. We haven't seen this level of consistency actually at 30,000. Yeah, we had, you know, the black marble test or whatever the hell was going on with that, but that wasn't consistent, right? That was very spiky. And then after that, things normalized to about the 25,000 area, and now things are seeming to normalize to like maybe the 28,000 area. So, you know, step by step, like lava, slowly growing into our shoes. Monero has big shoes to fill.
Yeah, and
You
I
gotta
mean,
grow
you want
into
to
'em.
talk about store of value, like Monero, like since December, Monero's been a really solid, like, because all these other things pumped, like all these other altcoins pumped, and then they came all the way back down. Like Solana, for instance, did a round trip to 260 back down to 130. Meanwhile, Monero's still sitting nicely above 200 this whole time. So
Yeah, we have had remarkably, except for that, you know, that spike up in the volatility that ensued, Monero has effectively found a new center point for the past 4 months now, just above 200. Maybe, yeah, you call it like 205, 210 maybe. So, yeah, I mean, that's good stuff, right? You can't really, I don't think we should complain about that. I think we should actually celebrate that in a way. Let's find some people to make fun of. So we're here on the privacy shitcoins. Some of them are less shit than others. Obviously, we're going to make ourselves feel. But speaking of shitcoins that round tripped, right? Xano hasn't actually fully round tripped, right? So, and I'm sorry, Xano, I don't mean to call you guys a shitcoin, but you know, it sounds good on the air to say stupid shit. So what are you going to do? You got to be entertaining, bro. So yeah, they're down minus 64% from the top, but they had a pretty big run, right? Like we talked about getting long here on Xano, and a lot of people did get long on Xano. They made almost 10x. Holy shit, that's a big run.
crazy.
Yeah, I mean that's a 10x run basically. So yeah, I mean when you're like, oh no, I'm down 66%, 60%, like yeah, but you just had a 10x, so you know, I'm sure you're fine. I'm sure Roger Ver is totally fine with his Xano bags at the moment. Although you know, I really hope they release the guy. It's bullshit what they're doing to him. Even though honestly, I'm not like a huge fan of Roger Ver. I can never hear him mention. Only once have I ever heard him mention Monero, just singularly Monero. It's always like Monero and Xano.
Was it on the Tucker Carlson show? Is that when you heard it?
I think that was the only time that I heard him mention just Monero. Like it was Monero, and maybe like some other coin, and then Monero.
Yeah, it's usually, if it is Monero, it's Monero, or it's Xano and Monero, right?
Mm-hmm. And he's had other like coins that he's done that with too. So it's
like Bitcoin Cash, which I think he's not really a part of anymore.
Yeah, I don't know what's up with that. Maybe he gave up, maybe he capitulated, or maybe he just realized it's better to let that project like succeed on its own merits without, you know, his promotion, and that maybe that it would be a mistake to continue that. I don't know. But either way, yeah, he's doesn't seem to be visibly with the project too much anymore. Firo is not doing so well. This is a weekly view here on the charts, so I'm sorry, Firo. Moment of silence for Firo. Doesn't seem like they're doing anything good. Pirate Chain, there will be no moments of silence, only moments of laughing. I'm sorry I'm sorry for the bros that lost money on Pirate Chain and apparently continue to lose money. Again, we're on the weekly chart. Shit continues to go down. There's this big wedge here, so maybe this wedge could be instructive at some point if we ever get like a liquidity intervention, or like the bull market takes off again in earnest. You might expect this wedge, like maybe Pirate Chain can do something like this and then do that, and then you'd be like, oh shit, time to get long, right? That could happen, but that day is not today. I wouldn't be messing with this coin, guys. You're probably gonna lose money. Obviously, you wouldn't mess with Darrow. Gran is getting crushed. God, so terrible. Moment of silence for Gran. They might have been okay. Like I thought Gran was one of the, I can't remember, is Gran or Beam. One of them was not the corporate version. I thought, oh, that's cool, but no one ever seemed to take any interest. So what are you gonna do? Zcrash, actually not crashing lately, but it's definitely not doing good. Yeah, about 30% off their all-time lows. All right, Zcrash, whatever.
I mean, if we're being honest, you could still easily long like Zcash. Like if we're looking at this trend of privacy coins, like main one is Monero, secondarily would be Zcash, right? So realistically, you could probably long Zcash and make some nice gains.
Yeah, you could. And it's also like it does offer strong privacy, right? Like it does do that. You just have to be careful about your heuristics and moving in and out of the shielded pool, etc. It'd be nice.
Did you just defend Zcash? Oh, there's a horde that's coming at you right now.
Oh no. I usually, they always somehow get involved in these dogfights with them on Twitter.
I mean that's the reality, is that Zcash does have some like cool, like good technology, but they kind of lost at the community standpoint, and people don't like the way that the project is set up, which was a major turnoff for a lot of people. And Monero just kind of has it's a fairly niche audience, privacy on crypto still. It's really niche compared to like everything else. And Monero just kind of has that market share. So it's got the user base, it's got the use, it has way more transactions than Zcash. And it's a more decentralized project overall, so.
Yeah, we had, and maybe this is better safe for viewers on stage, I don't know, but we've got the O spread attack, and it's like a statistical, removal of ring members.
Speed, yeah, yep.
Or Ospeed, sorry, I don't know why I said spread.
It's a weird name to pronounce.
Yeah. So it's like you still have plausible deniability, and to the extent that your that your spend habits, to the extent that they match like the way the modeling looks like, then you could potentially have a reduced kind of ring size in a statistical sense. But like you still, like, not everyone has the same spend habits in terms of timing. So like they're, like those models are, but anyways, this one guy was like, well, Monero ring sizes are now basically one. They said the Monero ring size is 1 and 2. No, he says it's 1 and 2. Yeah. Cause he was like, well, because of Black Batbot on Twitter. Because he was like, well, because of Black Marble attacks and because of O speed, Monero ring sizes are now 1
happening
2
now. So I mean that's.
And then he was like, prove there isn't. I was like, God. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I watched this. There's this actually pretty cool sort of interview debate between Arctic Mine and this guy Duke. Which it was fairly insightful. It was pretty cool. They both had a lot of great points, great insight. I don't think you shouldn't take it as, oh, suddenly Monero has a ring signature of 4, but it's like, there's some models that some high-ended adversaries could use to possibly greatly reduce the anonymity set, and if that's a concern to you, you should take that into account. Which an easy way to do that would be just to have an in wallet and an out wallet. So you've got one wallet which you receive, and then you've got another wallet which you actually spend from, and you just transfer from the in to the out wallet to get more funds that way. And it's not ideal, but this is not really, like, I think some people overreacted a little bit, because this is not really surprising that ring signatures are not foolproof, and that there are ways that you could probably deduce the anonymity set because of the decoy selection algorithm doing specific things. So it's unideal, sure, but it's not all that surprising. And once again, FCMP++ will supersede all of this, and it'll not be an issue whatsoever. So.
The other thing to realize too is like it's about, can they construct a transaction graph? Because, okay, maybe they, on some transactions, maybe they can remove, and not just with O-Speed, but with other heuristics or whatever. Maybe they can remove and figure out which was the actual spend on, I don't know, let's just say 1% of the transactions. But given all the decoys out there and given all the difficulty of actually mapping a full transaction graph, if they can't build a full transaction graph, if they can't build like even a reasonably partial transaction graph, then you're still very well protected and you still have a significant plausible deniability. And all of these attacks, you know, they're statistical in nature. So they're not able to quote unquote remove 12 of the ring members. They're able to probabilistically remove them, which says, well, probably none of these were the real spend, but that's going to be wrong. In a lot of cases, like there are going to be many examples of people's spend habits that just don't match that model, and where they're removing decoys that was the actual spend. So it's like for them to be able to construct a reliable transaction graph, they still can't do that. Like they would really need to combine this with a bunch of other attacks.
But of course, as we see what they do with Bitcoin, sometimes they can't even definitively prove something, and yet they will put people in jail for supposed things they did anyway. But the main concern was really, one of the main concerns about this was really, once again, KYC outputs or poisoned outputs.
Yeah.
In that scenario, it's really recommended. So, like, let's say you buy Monero on Kraken, because that's a popular thing to do. It's really recommended that you have one wallet in which you receive from Kraken directly, and you don't actually spend from that wallet. The only thing you do from that wallet is you send to an entirely separate wallet that then you spend from. It's just adding an extra layer, really.
And that also changes your spend habits too. Like that changes the pattern of how your spend habits, how you're actually behaving in the real world, which again, kind of like breaks some of those statistical. I'd have to confirm that with Rucknium. I'd have to ask him because I mean, he actually has studied it. He actually could say for sure in a more concrete way, but intuitively, I would imagine that breaks a lot of those statistical analyses.
Yes, that's what it sounds like. And of course, you can't always guarantee that you're just interacting with other people in this sort of like peer-to-peer way, because it's oftentimes, if you spend your Monero, it might be going to a centralized entity directly and you don't even know it. Or it might go to a BTC Pay server in which they automatically transfer that into like Kraken or something, right? So having those extra layers yourself kind of guarantees a little more, I guess, potentially anonymity set there. So do with that what you will.
Yep. All right. I guess I don't think I have anything else for you guys. We looked at transaction counts. We looked at privacy shitcoins. We talked about this alleged fabled macro crash. So that's it. All right.
Thank you, as always, Bawdy. I'm going to pull up this comment from Fairly Reasonable Investor. Aren't the decoys still robust by running your own node? The hypotheticals only apply to connect to your remote node. No, this has nothing to do with nodes. Has to do with the Monero protocol itself and how transactions are constructed. So this will not change whether you're using your own node or a remote node at all. What we talked about with the ring signatures.
Yeah, so if I understand it correctly, it's about the decoy selection algorithm, and it has been attempted to be designed in such a way that it mimics the actual spend, the average spend habits of your average Monero user, right? So it's taking transactions, recent transactions, it's taking old transactions, and it's trying to mimic the actual distribution of how people are spending outputs. To the extent that the actual spend habits of Monero people do not match what the decoy selection algorithm is, that difference, right? You could sort of like draw these two different distribution graphs. And so again, it's all probabilistic, but the difference between those two distribution graphs allows them to probabilistically remove certain outputs and say, well, that's not what we expect the average Monero person to do. And so again, it's on average, which is the wrong word to use, but on average, they can statistically remove with some level of probability, they can remove 12 of the ring members. But I mean, sometimes you have a Monero wallet you haven't touched for years and suddenly you decide to spend it. You might have a series of transactions where you're like spend, and you might just be spending like way loaded up front. And so like your individual habits are going to vary significantly. So it's like you're still very well protected at an individual level for the most part. And as Tux was saying, like you're really like your weak points are when you interact with other entities that have your personal identifying information, right? That's where you really start to run into weaknesses. That's always been the weakness with Monero. They've always had poison output attacks and different types of ways of like trying to analyze you. So if you have a higher threat model, you definitely have to stop and maybe talk to some people and figure out, how do I handle this? You might want to if you're receiving a bunch of outputs and you have thousands and thousands of received outputs and coming to your wallet, you might want to consolidate those and churn the shit out of them and then split them up before you send it to some like KYC personal identifying information entity. And anyways, so hopefully that makes some amount of sense on the attack, on the OSPEED attack there, like what they're actually doing.
Yeah, thanks for adding that. You definitely have a little more knowledge on the decoy selection algorithm than I do. And
Only a tiny,
I know
tiny
that
bit, bro.
all the core devs will be very happy for that to go away, because it's been from my understanding, it's been quite a frustrating thing to have to create and maintain and make better. So, and it's like inherently flawed anyway, because it's all they're probabilistic. But yeah, you said churning, which is basically, for anyone who doesn't know what that is, that's sending to yourself. So that's another way that was mentioned to try and change your transaction graph a little bit, is if you send to yourself, it consolidates all these inputs into a single one, which creates a separate layer and creates it more, I guess, separates it from a little bit more from when you received those funds, because Monero tends to consolidate inputs into like as little as possible, which can be annoying if you're spending a lot, because you might have just one e-note in your wallet instead of having multiple. But that's how it is by design, to try and improve your privacy. All right, let's see. Doug might be AFK actually. If he is, we can go ahead and get into the news, I suppose. And it's funny that you mentioned some noise earlier, Bawdy, because literally outside my house right now, a neighbor's getting their entire driveway jackhammered. And I don't think it's being picked up, but it's really freaking
I can't
loud.
hear it, no. Did you get a I can't remember, are they the cardioid microphones, the directional ones?
Yes, it is a cardioid microphone, so it's one-way facing for the most part.
Were you able to hear the bells that when I mentioned them? Were you able to hear that?
Just barely.
Okay. Yeah, I have a directional cardioid as well.
All right, thank you as always, Bawdy, for the price report. Awesome stuff.
Salute, gentlemen. Salute to you.
Not financial advice. Do your own research, as always. And I think we'll go ahead and move into the new segment with Tony. Thanks, Bawdy.
The Monerotopia Weekly News segment is sponsored by WizardSwap.io, a non-custodial cryptocurrency exchange.
Tony.
Hey guys.
Hey, Tony. How's it going? Good to see you.
Good. How are you?
I'm doing all right. I think Doug is AFK right now. There was one super chat I'm going to bring up. JJ Tip 25 cents. Did you guys hear about the massive man-made structure found under the Great Pyramid on the Giza Plateau, Egypt? If this discovery is real, then ancient history is not what we thought it was. I think I saw Bawdy post something about that the other day on X. I would bring him up, but his microphone is disconnected, so I can't. Maybe he has something to say about that later. Yeah, go ahead and take it away, Tony.
Okay. Let's see. All right, so the first thing that we're going to talk about today is a news article from South Korea, and essentially South Korea now, they want to be able to see what you have in your private wallet. So the title says, do you want to report your coin wallet to walk the inheritance tax? Investors backlash against mandatory registration. So with legislation mandating the declaration of an individual virtual asset wallet, holdings for inheritance and incremental taxes, the consent of the National Assembly to oppose, it has exceeded 30,000. So people are petitioning against this. Essentially, South Korea wants to see what you have in your individual wallets and to see how many virtual assets you have, your Bitcoins, your Ethereums, and whatnot. That'll be a lot more difficult if you have Monero, of course. They won't be able to see it unless you have it in your centralized exchange, which in case you should get it out and put it into a self-custody wallet. But yeah, essentially that's what's happening in South Korea right now, and that's what they're trying to do. And talking about South Korea, so somebody saw in, I think you say Lotte World, which is kind of like a Disney amusement park in South Korea. Somebody saw a computer in the basement of a tower mining Monero as an art installment. So I'm going to show you the picture. It's really cool. And also the keyboard, the whole setup. And then indeed, if you zoom in, it does say random X Monero. So that's very cool and totally unexpected. So I guess somebody saw the news that South Korea is trying to steal your information, trying to see what you have in terms of virtual assets, and they just put some Monero on this laptop. Now let's see. Talking about Monero, so on Retoswap, their monthly volume is near $3.5 million, which is a lot. And then I don't think there's anybody saying that nobody uses Monero, because clearly a lot of people are using Monero, and the transactions, as Bawdy said, it's incrementally going up, sub 30K, but with time they're going up. But definitely there's a lot of volume in Monero. People are starting to notice Monero. It's starting to appear in shows, TV shows, movies. So it's for sure getting traction.
It's getting Hollywood famous.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. Then moving on. So I want to mention Amazon. Some of you guys might have Alexa. My family has Alexa. Alexa is actually multiple in the house. I don't use Amazon. I don't like Alexa, but essentially Amazon wants to push for Alexa Plus, which is Alexa Plus AI, which in case you have Alexa, you might want to pay attention, because it's going to kill off some core privacy features for everybody, which is previously you could be able to not send the recordings to Amazon, but now essentially beginning on March 28th, you essentially won't be able to block your device from sending the recordings to Amazon for analysis, because they need that data. They need all your voice data to be able to improve their AI systems. But the thing is, you just won't be able to opt out. So you had two settings in the Alexa privacy options: do not send voice recordings and do not save voice recordings, which can be found deep, of course, not easily seen in the Alexa app and Echo device settings. But the do not send voice recording option will be removed, essentially. And the company is also changing how the do not save voice recordings option works, limiting Alexa features if you don't want to save recordings locally. So
I would be surprised if anyone watching this has an Alexa already. If I go to a friend's house and I'm talking to them and there's an Alexa in the room, I'll just usually unplug it. That shit sketches me out.
Yeah. I think I have one, but it's in a drawer somewhere, unplugged.
As it should be.
As it should be, yeah. I don't see. I mean, yes, there's a point. People like it. You can tell it, hey Alexa, shut the lights off or play some music. But it comes at a cost of it listening to you all the time and just pushing all that data to Jeff Bezos. So I think I'm okay. But yeah, essentially that's what's coming. They want to use all your voice data for their AI, and you won't be able to opt out of the setting. So if you have an Alexa, maybe consider maybe not using it anymore. And also Alexa Plus, that's going to be a $20 per month charge, but it's going to be free for Prime users also. So it's an Alexa Plus when it comes to stealing your privacy and a minus when it comes to your privacy. Then moving on, we're going to talk about Meta. And this is kind of conflicting news, since in the past couple of weeks we talked about how essentially UK demanded Apple to just remove some of its privacy so that the UK government can look into or breach the privacy of the UK citizens. But well, I guess they went against Meta and their personalized ads, and essentially Meta is thinking right now to have a version in which they charge the customers for Instagram, for Facebook, and then you don't have personalized ads, or they're trying to see what they're going to do right now. But there was a case from Tanya O'Carroll, a human rights campaigner. She launched a lawsuit against the $1.5 trillion company in 2022, alleging it had breached UK data laws by failing to respect her right to demand Facebook to stop collecting and processing her data in order to target her with adverts. Which, if the app is free, or if the software is free, you're usually the product. And that's why Instagram, Facebook, that's why they are free, because you are the product. You are the way you interact with the applications. That's what they're collecting. That's how they make money, essentially. And yeah, so Mark Zuckerberg's Meta also said that they are considering charging UK users for an advert-free version of its platforms after the legal agreement that avoided a trial in the High Court in London. And O'Carroll said the support of the Information Commissioner's Office, ICO, meant the writing is on the wall. O'Carroll also said this is an individual settlement, but I believe its ramifications extend far beyond me. The key factor is the UK Data Protection Authority, which backed my case and has publicly stated that it will support people in the UK who wish to exercise the right to object to online targeted ads, which again it's conflicting that now, I guess with this case, they care about the privacy of the user, but they demanded Apple to remove some of the privacy features, and all in all, they don't care about the privacy of the individuals, as we have seen, because now they're policing over social media, and if you post something that they don't like, then essentially become a criminal, and they can go to your house and just imprison you. So that's, I don't know, it's very conflicting to what we've been seeing in the past. So I'm not sure what to think about it, but it'll be interesting to see if Facebook, Instagram, Meta's platforms, if they're gonna have a different version in the UK in which you just pay per month, and then you don't get your information sent out to Meta. That'll be interesting to see. Then moving on, let's talk about the US Treasury removing sanctions on Ethereum Mixer Tornado Cash in policy shift. Let's go to, let's see.
It's big.
Yeah, so this is big. The US Treasury Department has officially lifted the sanctions on Tornado Cash, undoing a decision made in 2022. This change announced today marks a significant shift in the government's approach to regulating privacy-focused cryptocurrency tools. It's really big news. Now, I mean, some people would say, well, we don't need the government to tell us what to do or what not to do, which, yes, but in the same time, if they're not hostile towards privacy tools, it does make it a bit easier. In the same time, the more, I would say, the more hostile it is, the more people would lean towards Monero, and then, the opposite can happen too. So yes, we can benefit a little bit from the government being, really stepping against privacy tools, because then more people would look into Monero. But anyway, this is good news for sure. And so yeah, and OFAC removes Tornado Cash contract addresses from its SDN list. And if we go on to here, we see from the Office of Foreign Assets Control, cyber-related designation removal, North Korea designation update and removal. And there's a bunch of addresses from one being even from Roman, and a bunch of North Korean addresses, I assume some Russian addresses, but yeah, these are just, I guess, removed from the OFAC's SDN list. So it's quite big news for sure. And today's Brian Armstrong, which is the CEO of Coinbase, he said on Twitter, or on X. No one wants to see bad folks use crypto, but privacy is an important feature for many law-abiding citizens, and you can sanction open source code. It's free. It's a free speech issue. Glad to see this get fixed. We look forward to working with Treasury to find ways to combat the 0.1% approximate of illicit activity in crypto, far less than cash or the banking system, in ways that are in line with American laws and values. I think last episode or 2 episodes ago, we kind of went through just the percentage of illicit activities in crypto versus just dollars in general. And obviously the ones in dollars are much, much larger than the one in crypto. Of course, you know, if we can have less of it, less criminal activities, that'll be good. But privacy is very, very important. And I like what Doug retweeted on X, which is when is Monero going to be on Coinbase? We don't need Monero on Coinbase. And actually, I hate Coinbase. It's a horrible platform. High fees, and just the stuff that they make you go through in that platform is just horrible. Horrible support. I don't recommend you use it at all. If you're going to use a centralized exchange, use Kraken or something else. But a lot of people, they use Coinbase. So if it does care so much about privacy, why wouldn't you just list Monero? I guess with time,
if I'm not mistaken, Brian Armstrong he likes Monero, doesn't he? But of course, Coinbase is they kind of, I think they try to put themselves as like the most trustworthy and government compliant exchange. So listing Monero will not be an option for them.
I wonder if with time, as laws change and legislations, if they would actually list it. Is Zcash on Coinbase? Or the other
I don't even
ones,
think
or
Zcash is
Pirate
on Coinbase, but I can't confirm.
I'll check. Zcash.
Yeah,
Coinbase.
air quote more trustworthy. Yeah, that's yeah.
Oh, it is. Yeah. Okay, so Zcash is it? I guess. Yeah, I don't know. I guess it is. Okay.
If I could do air quotes, I would have done air quotes because I'm not saying they're actually more trustworthy. That's just what they want to look like.
Yeah. Which, if you go on Reddit and you look for Coinbase, there's almost every single post is a complaint of the support system, of just the whole app. It's really bad, but so many people are using it, and a lot of posts are just people saying that, hey, somebody just withdrew from my own personal account into a different account. It's just crazy stuff like that. So I would definitely not
free
recommend
money.
You guys
just spend someone else's. You withdraw someone else's coins. Coinbase.
Yeah,
it's awesome.
Yeah, it's crazy actually. So yeah, guys, I would say don't use Coinbase if you're gonna use a centralized exchange. Use Kraken or something else. Now, let's watch. I wanted to show you this. Yeah, we'll watch 1 minute and 34 seconds of Michael Saylor. I just wanted you to see how he thinks about Bitcoin and where it's going, and to kind of talk about it a little bit. But the way he talks about Bitcoin is so prophetic, and it just makes you want to sell everything you have to buy into his bags and just to add on. But yeah, let's watch a little bit.
You buy Bitcoin, you hold it for more than 4 years, Joe. That's my advice to everybody.
For anyone, buy it and hold it for more than 4 years. And then you think eventually it takes how much, let's say it is digital gold, what percentage of gold's market cap does it finally?
Bitcoin's 0.1% of the capital in the world right now. I think it's going to go to 7% of the capital.
7%.
My long-term forecast is it's going to go to 13 million over 21 years.
13 million.
13 million. But what is it 5 years from now? In your 4-year calculus?
It's been growing 44% a year with about a 40 to 50 vol. I would think it'll move on at 40%, then click down to 35, then 30, then 25. And at some point it'll be the S&P return plus 8%, and it'll be the S&P vol plus 8%, because it's always going to be a more global, open, free capital market. Bitcoin's an expression in this view that you want to invest in an asset without counterparty risk, which means you don't want to be counterparty to a country, a currency, a city, a company, a commodity, or a culture, right? So people think it's a risky thing. It's all about people wanting to not take risk. They don't want to guess whether Picasso's or real estate in New York or NVIDIA stock will be higher in 10 years. They want to buy money. They want to buy 1/21 millionth of all the money in the world.
Okay, so I'm looking on YouTube. This is delusion personified. Yeah, close it. I want parents to look at these old men. See here. Okay, yeah, yeah. But I just wanted to show it to you guys and talk a little bit about it. But okay, so he talks about how Bitcoin is transcending countries, is transcending culture, but yet he's going to the top companies in the US and essentially kind of trying to get them into buying Bitcoin. You know, he was at the crypto summit in the United States, and he was a big part of it as well. And now, you know, the US has Bitcoin. So he wants big companies, he wants countries to have Bitcoin. So he doesn't care about it transcending countries and transcending the third eye or whatever. He just wants to pump his bags. And it's insane how much Bitcoin he has. It's insane. And it's insane the things that he says, to sell your kidney, to max out your credit cards just to buy more Bitcoin, sell your car, or, you know, stuff like that. It's it's just delusional. It's insanity. And even if it does get to 13 million, I would be slightly impressed, but then not at all, because it's just,
I mean, in 20 years, how much is 13 million actually going to be?
Yeah. Well, not too. That's a good question too. But yeah, I guess I do believe that eventually, as he gets, you know, more countries, maybe more companies to buy into Bitcoin and into his bets, that Bitcoin will become more stable over time, and it's not going to have these huge falls, and it's going to become more stabilized. But somebody's UTXO, even if it gets to 13 million, your life would suck without kidneys. Yeah. Or maybe
because he told you to sell kidneys to buy Bitcoin, wasn't it him? Michael Saylor. Yeah, that's funny.
Well, I guess if you bought now, you can sell some and then rebuy your kidney, but this is definitely not financial advice. Monero will overtake Bitcoin. I'm convinced of this. Can't tell when. Yeah, I would hope so as well, but it's just the way Bitcoin works. It's not sustainable. Also, when it comes to the fees, like eventually, you know, the last Bitcoin is going to be mined, and then what? They're just going to mine it off of the fees. What's going to happen?
Well, I think this is the plan, is that like they're shifting it from being, I mean, it's been like this for years now, is that they're shifting Bitcoin's primary use case from something that you use on chain to something that's just merely traded because it's this, you know, limited asset. But the less it's usable on the base chain, the less inherent value it has. So
yeah.
But most people don't even trade. Like, most people who trade don't actually use Bitcoin. No, it's all being done on custodial ledgers. So,
yeah. So he clearly just cares about his own bags, because like he wants institutions to be in. He doesn't care about holding your own crypto. I think he even tweeted one time about, I forgot what he said. Oh, if you're paranoid and you are into self-custody, like something like that. Essentially, yeah, just, you know, put your Bitcoin into some centralized exchange and it's all good. Just the day this is all gonna collapse, it's gonna be insane. We'll see what's gonna happen, but yeah, it's crazy. Now, okay, let's see. The last thing that I want to talk about this week is Trump's full address at the Digital Asset Summit. So we'll listen to the whole video. It's 2 minutes and 41 seconds. And then we'll kind of talk about the dollar-backed stablecoins and what that could mean, essentially. So let's watch this video.
States is going to dominate at the Blockworks Digital Assets Summit. It's an honor to speak with you about how the United States is going to dominate crypto and the next generation of financial technologies. And it's not going to be easy, but we're way ahead. Just 2 weeks ago, we hosted the first ever White House Digital Asset Summit, bringing together many of the world's top leaders in crypto for a conversation led by our White House AI and crypto czar, David Sachs, who's a fantastic and very brilliant guy. That same week, I signed an order creating the brand new strategic Bitcoin reserve and a U.S. digital asset stockpile, which will allow the federal government to maximize the value of its holdings instead of foolishly selling them for a fraction of their long-term value, which is exactly what Biden did. He got a fraction of their value. We're ending the last administration's regulatory war on crypto and Bitcoin, and that includes stopping the lawless Operation Choke Point 2.0. Operation Choke Point went beyond regulation, and I mean far beyond. It was a form of lawfare through government weaponization. Frankly, it was a disgrace. But as of January 20th, 2025, all of that is over. I've also called on Congress to pass landmark legislation creating simple, common sense rules for stablecoins and market structure. With the right legal framework, institutions large and small will be liberated to invest, innovate, and take part in one of the most exciting technological revolutions in modern history. It's so big, it's, I think, as big as you can get. Pioneers like you will be able to improve our banking and payment system and promote greater privacy, safety, security, and wealth for American consumers and businesses alike. You will unleash an explosion of economic growth, and with the dollar-backed stablecoins, you'll help expand the dominance of the U.S. dollar, and many, many years to come, it'll be at the top, and that's where we want to keep it. We only want to keep it at the top, always. I can already see that the energy and passion of the crypto community is the kind of spirit that built our country, and it is exciting to watch as you invent the future of finance. And right here, it's going to be right here in the USA, the good old USA. Together, we will make America the undisputed Bitcoin superpower and the crypto capital of the world. Thank you. Good luck. God bless America.
Yeah, definitely good luck. I heard this guy gets paid every time he mentions crypto and fails to mention Monero. Ever notice that? He intentionally won't talk about it. Yeah, that's what they all do. Sometimes they talk about privacy, but they never mention Monero. They mention maybe a Zcash or other stuff, or they talk about privacy, but they just never mention Monero. Now, let's see. He talked about the dollar-backed stablecoins, and I like what Lola posted on X, and I'd like to go through it a little bit. So she said, with the dollar-backed stablecoins, you'll help expand the dominance of the US dollar. It will be at the top, and that's where we wanted to keep it. So that's what Trump said. And then what he means by it, and that's what I think as well, is that with the dollar-backed stablecoins, the global south will pivot towards digital dollars over local currencies, allowing private US government-controlled entities to replace bank accounts around the globe. This does not just allow for the expansion of the US dominance, bypassing local governments. It gives the US unprecedented and direct control over worldwide economies, as every stablecoin can effectively, and this is very important, can be effectively frozen on behalf of the US with the click of a button. Additionally, it will provide the US with never-seen-before surveillance, because this is not Monero. These things are transparent. So they'll have never-seen-before surveillance capabilities, providing real-time access to financial transactions around the globe, fueling the unparalleled public-private partnership between Silicon Valley and the US war machine. If you're promoting stablecoins, you're promoting the end of national sovereignty in favor of total techno-fascist dystopia. I like this term, techno-fascist dystopia. But that's what I think as well. I wonder how many countries will bite into it, because this is a huge Trojan horse that essentially they would push onto the world. It's not private. It's transparent. They can see your transactions, and they can also freeze it. So these things are very, very dangerous, and I'm curious to see how many countries will actually start to use it in the future, or how far this dollar-backed stablecoin is going to go. And yeah, this whole thing is definitely, I think, just the US's way of profiting, gaining more terrain over the whole world, and not really doing it for the benefit of the citizens. Like with the Bitcoin reserve, I mean, in a way, I think that it's very smart. They're not buying it, as far as I know. They're just, obtaining it from criminals, fraudulent activities, and then they're just holding it. And Michael Saylor is very happy with this, because then obviously the US government is holding it because it assumes that it's going to appreciate over time. He's happy, they're going to keep doing it. And it's just some over-glorified Pokemon card with no privacy. You can't even get some coffee on it because the fees are too high, and all kinds of stuff. So yeah, it's insane. But yeah, so I'm curious to see how far the dollar-backed stablecoin is going to go into the future, and what countries will accept it. But yeah, so this was this week's of news, guys. We talked about some interesting stuff. Again, if you have Alexa, maybe you want to unplug it. If you have family members that have Alexa, like I do, I have family.
Do them a favor. Unplug their Alexa.
Yeah. but it's crazy. Sometimes you don't even say Alexa, and it just starts talking or whatever. But it's listening all the time. It's not like it's just listening from the moment you say, "Hey Alexa," and then it starts listening. It's always listening, because it always has to listen for it to even register the "Hey Alexa," and it's dangerous. It's just crazy. Like you just can't opt out from sending your recordings to Amazon, and it's not like they're gonna go onto each individual one with personnel, which I think they did in 2019. They had people actually go over the recordings manually, but now with AI, they just get all of them, NLPs, and use AI to process
They'll
them.
create a fingerprint for your voice.
Yeah, and with this algorithm, which I like personalized algorithms, and I don't use Amazon, but when I do go on Amazon, the recommendations are perfect. Like that's exactly the book I want. Which is good, and
They got Tony
too.
sucked in. I mean, if you're gonna use one of these things, I mean, Amazon's not a good choice. Amazon's a very poor company in terms of how they treat your data. At the very least, use Apple, use Siri. Apple's kind of the better one in these regards. But personally, I don't use any of these assistants whatsoever. None
Same.
of them, so. Yep. All right. Well, thank you, Tony, so much for getting into that news. I don't know if Doug is still AFK. He might be, but I will be pulling up. I guess. Oh, hello.
Just one thing. What
Sorry,
about
go
your
ahead,
Android
Tony.
or Apple phone? Yeah, I know. I still have. Yeah, I have an iPhone. I have an iPad. I know.
I will say, Tony.
Yep,
I will say that iOS significantly better than stock Android. Okay, so if it's now I use Graphene OS, but if it was the choice between stock Android and iOS, I would probably use iOS instead.
Yeah, but optimally you go to Graphene OS.
Yes, which is my main phone.
Yeah. Tony, did you see the new Boston Dynamics Atlas video, new robot? It just needs AI, and boom, we are all. And I think I saw it, or I think I saw a different robot. I'm gonna check it out after. Thank you, Foxquite. Imagine how we are all accept the fact how we've all been conditioned to accept an uncovered selfie cam on every phone. Right? Yeah. That too. Okay, so I'll stop here, guys. Take it away.
Thank you, Tony.
Thank you, guys.
Doug, are you there, Doug? If you are talking, Doug, I cannot hear you. Looks like he's having some issues with his mic. Let me see if I can hear you on the stream or not. I don't think it's an issue with me.
Hello.
Ah, there you are.
Okay, good, sweet. All right,
moving on.
Looks like MoneroCon is starting their meeting. The tussle has already begun.
Yep, starting in 2 minutes. Let me go ahead and share my screen, and I will pull this up here. Hopefully this does what I want it to do. It looks like it is very nice.
All right. Yeah, we already got Rotten Wheel trying to persuade people to vote against it. Rotten Wheel
all out battle going on here.
Infamously, the biggest asshole in the Monero space. I think he even considers himself that.
I mean, his name is Rotten.
Yeah.
It sounds like Rotten.
Kicked out of various rooms and meetings and groups. Not sure why he's even allowed to participate in MoneroCon and be one of the people organizing it, considering how divisive he is. He's historically caused a lot of problems in the Monero community, attacks some people like Justin Ernhofer, who's contributed a ton to Monero. So he has a history of slowing things down in terms of
Doug's not holding back any punches
forward
today.
progress for the Monero project. I'm just letting people know the facts because a lot of people probably don't know. So the first item on the agenda will be collaboration with Doug/Topia for PorkFest. Yeah, it's not with me. It's with Monerotopia, the conference. So guys, I think anybody here anybody can vote, right? MoneroCon's supposed to be a community project. So I encourage people to jump in the element chat. Like Tux, you could vote, I could vote. I'm just kind of realizing that. So I would.
Oh, is this not limited to I assume this was limited to a MoneroCon organizer.
I assume anybody can vote, right? So anybody can vote. I think their rule is they want people that actually show up to the meeting. So however they're defining that, I don't know. Well, so I will be voting. Let's see if anybody else wants to vote, just go into the MoneroCon element chat and you can place your vote. So they're discussing it right now. Let's see. Title, collaboration with Dougtopia PorkFest. Recent insights from Doug. Event, PorkFest is the large Liberty event with the theme of open free markets that happened since before Bitcoin, early adoption of Bitcoin, and now Monero usage is prominent. Upcoming participation from Monerotopia. Renting a large tent for $12K with the stage and seating for talks. Yes, this is correct. Talks topics will be digital cash, agorism, privacy tech, technocracy. Yes. Significance, expected to have more Monero users than MoneroCon. All right. Comrade, very accurate and straightforward with regards to how he's describing Monerotopia. And I guess we'll watch them as they discuss and vote. I think, like I said, from their end, the major issue was the fact that we were sponsored by Xano and potentially DarkFi. And they had voted a couple of weeks ago to ban Xano and DarkFi from being sponsors at the MoneroCon conference. So they feel by way of us having them as a sponsor, and if they're showing our live stream and it has their logo in the background, then that could be an issue. I think that's a little ridiculous. So we shall see as they vote. Let's do, I'll vote for a permanent name change to Dougtopia from now. No thanks. Let's keep it Monerotopia, guys. Let's keep it Monerotopia. Doug may not be doing Monerotopia for that much longer. Honestly, they're like I was saying at the outset of today's show, it's emotionally draining when you put so much energy into things like this, and then what should be a no-brainer becomes a struggle. And you have
got some chat going on here.
Okay. In our ComradeBlin, in our recent meeting, this was denied for the reason that sponsors DarkFi and Xano might show up on the screens, as I was explaining. A few suggestions came of which the best solution could be either having a delay on the stream and blurring the mentioned or putting up a disclaimer on top of the screen that we're not affiliated and not endorsing any of Monerotopia's sponsors. So serious. Like, God forbid somebody sees a Xano logo on a Monerotopia stream. It's clearly Monerotopia. Monerotopia, MoneroCon are two different things. We're not concerned about who MoneroCon sponsors are. We'll be playing their stream. Frankly, I don't care who their sponsors are. I'm interested in their content, and I support MoneroCon because of it, despite who their sponsors may be. MoneroCon, though, they for whatever reason they are completely butthurt over DarkFi and Xano, and they don't want to take any chances here. Potentially have one of their logos pop up on screen through a Monerotopia live stream. Any other suggestions, problems from anyone? So, all right, we'll see what the committee comes up with. Guys, I'm curious, people that are listening here. I mean, what do you think? Am I missing something? Is this not a no-brainer? Should Monerotopia and MoneroCon not be collaborating? And by collaborating, all I mean is literally like publicly stating that both events are happening at the same time, marketing it to that effect. So we could say, hey guys, the biggest event in Monero history will be happening in June. There'll be an event in New Hampshire and an event in Prague. They'll both be happening at the same time. They'll be live streaming to each other. We're hoping to basically blast through all times highs for Monero transactions. I mean, I don't know how real that wish is, but in my mind, like that should be possible, right? If we have more people than ever using Monero on that weekend, should be possible. So do you support that concept, or do you think both conferences or MoneroCon should just ignore the fact that Monerotopia exists? Monerotopia just does its thing, and we'll both go our separate ways. So, I mean, guys, what do people here think? Tux, what do you think, man? I mean, am I delusional in thinking that this is a no-brainer? What am I missing here?
Yeah, I don't think it's like, I mean, for me, like I wouldn't care as much either. But I guess MoneroCon, they just have this more, I guess, slightly corporate structure. Like they're not a corporation, but they have this kind of these ideals of like, oh, if we're not officially affiliated, then we don't want to even promote XYZ thing. So
yeah, I don't know. Seems a little backwards though in terms of what they're ultimately trying to achieve. Because like I said, what they've done is they've managed to eliminate sponsors, and then they have to go and raise Monero CCS funds to cover it. So now you're
they
basically
denied some sponsors, yeah.
Yeah, you're wasting they've wasted hundreds of thousands, or I shouldn't say wasted, but they've raised hundreds of thousands from the Monero community to run their conference in years past collectively. And they're looking to raise more this year. Monerotopia manages to stay profitable, right? And there's effectively no difference between. In fact, it looks like MoneroCon doesn't even really reimburse people that much anymore with regards to flying them in. Monerotopia, the largest part of our budget is flying in speakers, because that's like where the real value comes from. Like we want to make sure we get the talent to come in. MoneroCon, I don't know how they're running their show there, where they basically, are in the hole like 20, 30 grand, and they need to raise money from the community
text
to cover their expenses while they're denying sponsors at the same time. It just seems to be quite backwards to me.
Got a notes on plan execution. Yeah. Due to time zone differences, live streaming of PorcFest talks can only occur approximately between 1300 and 2200 Prague local time, whenever PorcFest sessions are scheduled for streaming. For Monerotopia talks, live streaming will begin at 1700 Prague time. Please keep in mind the schedule partially overlaps with MoneroCon talks. Given this overlap, you need to carefully determine the specific time window allocated for streaming MT talks at the MK venue. Additionally, we should select in advance which on-demand talks will be screened throughout the day. As suggested during last meeting, we'll dedicate one TV outside between PP and LF to PorcFest/Monerotopia stream. I don't know exactly where that is. Courtyard 1 will be MK exclusive. We will explicitly indicate that streaming Monerotopia content does not imply endorsement or approval of its speakers or sponsors by MoneroCon. Monerotopia sponsors' endorsements reflect exclusively Monerotopia's decisions. Monero has volunteered to oversee this collaboration and coordinate the execution process. Primary responsibilities will include coordinating with Monerotopia representatives to decide precisely which Monerotopia talks will be streamed at MoneroCon. The info work group will handle initial setup, and Monero will be responsible for monitoring the Monerotopia stream. Pause the stream if deemed legally necessary. Interesting. And ensure it's running otherwise. Infra work group is responsible to prevent / prepare for technical difficulties. Clearly indicate the viewing area with appropriate signage and notification at the venue, addressing any additional tasks or requirements necessary for a successful plan implementation.
Well, huge thank you to MoneroBlin.
Yes, MoneroBlin is an OG.
for, you know, stepping out. Sorry, I'm typing. Stepping up to at least be the guy who's in charge, because that was a problem. Like, they don't have somebody. I don't know how that's an issue. I mean, all they have to do is hit the play button on a screen. I don't know why they need a dedicated.
Well, they want it to be like, instead of doing this, because like it's super easy to do this as like some kind of weird side thing that doesn't quite fit in right. They want to make sure it fits in and it looks like it's intentional and not some weird thing that's just on the side. You get what I mean? So from that standpoint, I understand where they're coming from.
I'm sorry, I don't. I've been to every MoneroCon. A live stream of Monerotopia fits in there just as well as anything else that's at MoneroCon. It's literally a TV playing Monero and digital cash related. It's literally the same type of content that's at MoneroCon. It's the same stuff without the Monero devs because they won't be there. So like, they're making it way too convoluted and more complicated than it needs to be. You're literally just playing it on a stream. They have a TV outside. They could dedicate to it, and they play the stream. I'm sorry. It's just they're overcomplicating it. They're over, like, we're not having committee meetings on how we're handling playing the MoneroCon stream at Monerotopia. We're just playing it on a TV outside. Like, what's involved? What am I missing here? I'm sorry. It's just, I disagree. Untraceable. I'll go to MoneroCon to protect the Monerotopia stream on the front of the building. Please do, brother. Please do. All right, so we'll see how they now vote. I'm not sure why. This is from Monerable. I'm not sure why we would need to coordinate which talks Doug's wants to stream. He's free to pick out whatever fits for the Topia Porkfest audience. Just pull up our stream for the talks. That sounds like they fit. Yeah, I mean, I'm not really planning on coordinating with MoneroCon on what our content is going to be at Monerotopia, that's for sure. We'll just be playing our stream. Hit the play button on your side. If something pops up on the screen that, you know, isn't legal, like, I don't even know what they're saying. Like, what would possibly not be legal that they're looking to censor? Like,
I don't know, maybe it's something that's legal in the US but not in Prague, I guess.
Like, I know the biggest
Or Czech.
controversy in MoneroCon was when they had the guy, was it last year or the year before, jump up on stage and he had a shirt that said "Kill Russians." Became an issue. Actually, the local police showed up, and they filed a police report.
Yeah, I think it's a little different though, having like somebody from a different country on a TV being presented. Like, that's
like some hate crime was violated, right? Like,
I see.
So they're not as exactly free speech as us, but yeah, I guess if that's really sad if they have to turn off the Monerotopia stream because of content we have. That's just scary. I mean, maybe we're not doing MoneroCon in the right place then. Maybe it shouldn't be there. If they got to turn off content because it's violating some laws against free speech, that sounds like a major problem.
I didn't think it was that restricted, but I don't know.
Wow. Okay, we got some more comments coming in here. HBS, we probably just need to know ahead of time the talks so we can display the schedule. Yeah, I mean, they'll have to figure that. You know, our stream is going to be happening Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. You know, they're going to have to. We're not going to be able to give them a schedule weeks in advance. I mean, this is all going to come together last minute. The way Porkfest works is there's a bunch of talent that just shows up there. So, you know, if somebody talented that is known in the crypto community or Liberty community walks by me and I can get them to jump up on stage at that time, I'll get them to jump up on stage. So it's not going to be like everything perfectly planned either on our side. It's a little different. It's a different animal at Porkfest. Obviously, we'll have some talks and panels scheduled in advance, but we'll also just be grabbing people as we can to get them to participate. In particular, Monerable should check the schedule beforehand. I don't want surprises. He doesn't want yeah. Are you just reading the tone of this, Tux? Like, are you seeing the tone of some of this stuff? Note to Doug, DarkFi definitely has some legal issues, but Siren can say more on that. This has been discussed a pretty long time. Like, what does DarkFi's legal issues have to do with playing a Monerotopia stream at MoneroCon? Right? And why does DarkFi have legal issues with MoneroCon? Like, what is going on over there? I'm sorry,
I'm
but
purposefully muting myself because the
Luke
jackhammer
Parker's dad
outside is
tipped
very
50
loud.
cents. Xano is a scammo. It's up to them if they want to be affiliated. Who gives a blup? Yes, it's up to them if they want to be affiliated with Xano. Nobody is disagreeing with that. But it's up to Monerotopia if they want to be affiliated with Xano. And we don't mind the sponsorship to cover our funds, so we don't have to raise a Monero CCS to get the community to pay for something that a sponsor will pay for. So, you know, we accept Xano, and for other reasons that I've gone over many times on this channel as to why I think Xano is worthy of participating in Monero-based conferences, primarily because the creator of Xano is also the person that created Monero. I'll say that again. The creator of Xano is also the person that created Monero, in concert with, you know, Nicholas Van Saberhagen. But Jesus Christ, man, it's like literally dev number 2, literally dev number 1. Nicholas Van Saberhagen wasn't a dev. He wrote the white paper, and Andre implemented it. He created the first implementation of CryptoNote. Why would you not want that person speaking at your Monero conference? Even if you disagree with everything he says, I would like to hear what the man has to say. But that being said, that should not affect whether or not the Monerotopia stream gets played at MoneroCon. Sure, MoneroCon does not need to be sponsored by Xano, but I don't see why that means they won't play a Monerotopia stream. Tux, I don't know if you want to catch up with what we missed here.
Yeah, sorry, I was keeping myself
Yeah.
muted because there's a little jackhammer outside and it's very loud. Let's see, where'd you left off? Yeah, they're just going back and forth a little bit. Yeah, not sure what the DarkFi legal issues would be. But Siren can say more on that. It's been discussed a pretty long time ago. So I guess the vote's about to happen, unless anyone else anything else to say.
Any more input before we start to vote? If there is, this is a good time to pitch in. Any other concerns? Do you guys need any more input from me? They're asking if I'm happy with the conditions. All right. So yeah, guys, if anybody wants to jump in the MoneroCon chat room, Tux, what's the easiest way for people to get in there?
Actually, if you just go to monerocon.org, the matrix link is on the top right header.
So yeah, go to monerocon.org, matrix links, top right, and you can jump in and vote. I don't know if they'll accept your votes, but they seem to be. I mean, they're going to accept my vote. So, all right, let's see how they vote. I hope they don't. I hope they give us some reasoning as they vote as well.
Is there going to be
somebody
like
jumped
a reaction
in.
vote,
Pseudo.
or is it going to be a just like you say yes or no?
Pseudo jumped in. Please allow Monerotopia to stream at PorkFest. No brainer. So that's good. So that's a vote. The Dajo, I think he voted against it last time. So
it is
we'll
just
see
you
what he
type in,
says.
you say yes or no, and that's it.
Big. I vote yes. No brainer. So far we got 2 votes. Me and Pseudo. Comrade is saying no to Monerotopia Live. Everyone is free to vote, but the people that actually have attended would like to attend MoneroCon are preferred to vote. Okay, so everybody is allowed to vote. It's preferred if you're somebody who actually will be attending MoneroCon or Monerotopia, I guess, or that has attended MoneroCon in the past. Tux voted yes. All right. CT is saying, hello, viewers of Monerotopia. Thanks for joining. Yeah, of course. This is great. We're seeing some collaboration here. We'll see how the votes turn out, but I like that they're welcoming of the Monerotopia crowd and allowing us to participate. Comrade is saying voted has not yet started, actually. We will vote the usual way. +1, 0 abstain, -1
I just see people who keep voting now starts.
Okay, so you gotta put a. I mean, hopefully they'll count. What's his name's vote? All right, Tux +1, me +1. Rotten Wheel right out with the -1. Why?
Got some beef.
CT voted 0, abstaining. Like, why? Why are you abstaining from this? Like, I abstained from this. Like, I don't get it, man. I just don't get it. I don't get it. Pseudo 1. Recap, man, abstaining. Okay. Bit said about how much drama there was around this, +1. Comrade abstaining. So not voting for or against the collaboration. Wow. Who would have ever thought this would have been so controversial when we started speaking about this Actually, you know what? I did think this just because I know how, for lack of a better word, autistic the Monero community can be. So I kind of did see this coming. HBS voted +1. Thank you so much, HBS. HBS is one of the guys I spoke to before all this went down, and he saw it as being no brainer. He's one of the guys who's been running MoneroCon for years. Alaska jumped in and voted yes. Fantastic. Comrade's giving him a hey. This is good to see. So I think because we had more people jump in than what the normal committee that usually votes, it looks like seems to be going in our favor. Except Rotten Wheel, I don't think we'll ever be able to satisfy Rotten Wheel. Although
You're
he
at
came,
a +5 right now.
He participated at Monerotopia this year. It looked like he was having a great time. Known him for many years. Always tried to be nice to the guy, but for whatever reason, he does not like Sunita and myself, even though we've forgiven him on multiple occasions. He claims that we don't allow him on Monerotopia. It's absolutely not the case, but I guess that's like his brand, right? He wants to pretend like he's banned from things. You're not banned, Rotten Wheel. You come up here and act like an asshole. We'll let you say some things as long as you're not completely disruptive. All right, voting's still taking place. Looks like it's going well. We got another tip over here. Neighbor tip 27, good pharaoh should be celebrated. Yes. I don't know if that's in reference to me being a pharaoh. I appreciate if that is the case. I don't know what that's in reference to. The recent discovery in Egypt. Voting closes at 35. I'll count the votes at the end. Oh, wow. Okay, so they're going to keep voting for like
12
another
minutes.
12 minutes. So we don't have to belabor this. We could watch the feed, see if anything big comes up. Actually, can we go ahead and play the guest segment since we don't have a guest today? So we'll make the MoneroCon meeting is our special guest for the day.
Sure, and while this is happening in the background, I can talk about some very exciting new cake features coming up very soon.
Oh, sweet. Monero UK is asking, just tune in, what you voting on and which platform? So we're voting on whether or not Monerotopia at PorcFest should be collaborating with MoneroCon. Both conferences are taking place literally at the same dates during June. I've gone to every MoneroCon up until this one, but unfortunately I can't make it because of family stuff. So instead I'm going to PorcFest, and I'm helping to run essentially a Monero conference at PorcFest, teaming up with Aaron Day. It's going to be like the Monerotopia conference, but at PorcFest, happening the same time as MoneroCon. We're looking to collaborate. They would play our streams on their end. We would play their stream on our end. MoneroCon voted against it last week. Now they're doing a revote because I insisted that this was a no-brainer and there should be collaboration. And no matter how they vote, Monerotopia at PorkFest will be playing the MoneroCon live streams. It's just whether MoneroCon being willing to play our streams. They voted against it because they don't like some of our sponsors. That is the long and short of it, Monero UK. For you to vote, please go to monerocon.com, and you can find the element link in the upper right-hand corner of the MoneroCon community group. Jump in there, and if you could vote by hitting a +1 for, a 0 to abstain, or a -1 for against the collaboration. All right.
I don't know if that link I put in the comments worked properly.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, if you go to monerocon.org and you click on the matrix icon on top right, it's the room. I like how we're basically rating this room. Skew the vote. Yeah, I'm going to go to run the guest segment, though. Let's go ahead and do it.
The Monerotopia guest segment is sponsored by Cake Wallet. Store, send, receive, and exchange your Monero and Bitcoin safely on iOS and Android too. Cake Wallet is open source, and you always control your own keys.
All right. Yes, for those just tuning in, our special guest today is the MoneroCon chat room.
Doug's favorite place to relax and chill out.
They stress me out, man, like no other. The MoneroCon committee. Yeah, guys. So go ahead and jump in there and vote whether or not you want to see Monerotopia collaborate with MoneroCon. But yeah, Tux, like you said, you had some things to share with us with regards to cake updates coming down the pipe.
Yeah. So I thought this was public already. It might not be, but it'll be the beta will be going public tomorrow or the day after. But a new update 4.24 is coming out this week, or well, technically next week, but beta will be available later today or tomorrow, which will reintroduce Monero background sync for Android, not for iOS yet. We're still looking to see if there's some things we can do to get it working reliably on iOS. Unfortunately, you kind of just have to blame Apple for the inability to do a lot of processing in the background. But on Android, background sync is making a return for Monero wallets. It's been re-implemented in a way that should be much more reliable, much more safe. So that'll be really awesome. I know a lot of people have been asking for this to come back since it was removed, I think, over a year ago. We've been testing it out internally, and it looks like it works a lot better. So, yeah, that'll be coming. The beta might already be available on Google Play testing, but it should be on the GitHub later tonight or tomorrow. So if you want to test that out, please keep your eyes open for that. If you don't want to bother with the beta, the release will be out next week. And that's one of the big new features that are in this build.
Sweet, sweet, sweet. I'm just watching the Dojo voted. He just voted. If he voted 0, so he abstained. If Monero Bull takes responsibility, as we're definitely short-staffed, so he's giving it a 0. If MB takes responsibility, so he's not even voting for it necessarily, but he's abstaining. That's fine. No offense to the usernames I haven't seen in the meetings before, but this situation reminds me of the Majestic Bank vote. Okay. Where a number of people who don't regularly attend meetings participated. Wow, so he's comparing when Majestic Bank was an instant exchange.
Yeah, Monerotopia isn't like a profit.
Monerotopia is a community. Is the Monero community. So the Dojo doesn't want the Monero community participating in MoneroCon voting, which I find very interesting. I could see why he wouldn't want just Majestic Bank shills participating in a vote about Majestic Bank, but to not want the broader Monero community to participate, I find that a little odd. Where a number of people who don't regular attend meetings participated. To adhere to our rules, only the votes of regular attendees and organizers should count. So he doesn't think your vote should count, guys. While it may not matter at this point, it's important to stick to the guidelines we've established. Otherwise, we could see a trend where new participants vote in favor of their companies. For instance, if we vote on whether company Y can sponsor can sponsor us, and company Y brings in. So yeah, they're against it. They're viewing us as a company no different than Majestic Bank, which I find highly insulting. Once again, they continue to insult me and piss me off. Yes, I believe applications for scholarship. Let's see if there's any other. Yeah, so I don't know. So that jackass, what's his name? Didi? Like, who is this guy? Has he been around? How long has this guy been around the Monero community that he's dictating what the Monero-based community event should be doing? And he's basically kicking out an entire section of the Monero community and not allowing them to participate in the voting of the MoneroCon project. The Dajo. Have anybody else heard of this guy? Like, who is he? Who are you, and why are you not allowing the broader Monero community to participate in voting on a Monero community-based conference, or participate in a Monero community-based conference meeting? I'm sorry, right? I mean, where am I wrong on this? Tux, please bring, give me your rational thinking here. What am I missing?
I don't know. I don't know the MoneroCon organizer group enough to really like have an opinion.
Well, that's the
about
thing
this,
about
but
the
it seems like
supposedly
it is being, like,
anybody.
overblown. Like,
Supposedly anybody can participate in MoneroCon, right, and be part of the organization. It's just they want you showing up to meetings. I get their concern, right? If they're voting on should Xano be allowed to sponsor MoneroCon, and then Xano brings in 100 like accounts to vote, okay, sure. But Monerotopia is literally a group of Monero people. We're not Xano. We're not some like company like an instant exchange with a large following of users. We're the Monerotopia show and conference, which is literally another community-based Monero conference. So it's literally just people in the Monero community that would be coming in to vote.
I think this being an issue is being way overblown, though. Like,
oh yeah,
Monero Bull said that he would facilitate it, so I think that's reasonable enough. Always appreciate Monero Bull.
Okay. The Dajo is a staff member. Okay. No offense to people who. I like this. I like this comment though. No offense to the people who fell for the scamdemic narrative, but I don't think votes by vaccinated participants should count.
ComradeBlin is asking to come up on stage. Should I invite him up?
Sure. Yeah.
All right. What's up, Blin? How's it going? Hear him typing away.
CT says it's funny when you ask the most active people who they are. Like, I don't know. I don't know who DD is. I've never seen him like making other Monero community-based decisions. I don't know. Maybe I missed him. I don't know. I don't know why he's dictating the direction of MoneroCon. Recap Man thinks we're derailing the discussion by having other Monero community members join it. Yeah, I don't know. I just disagree with that. Alaska. I spend 10 hours a week onboarding people all over the world. I buy Monero and give it away to new community participants. Maybe I should waste more time attending meetings on how to exclude more people. Thank you, Alaska, for bringing some reason.
That's such an Alaska comment.
Okay, they said they're not excluding it. JW Interim, Mr. Oh my God. Okay, Mr. Bawdyanarchist himself gave it a -1. Surprise, surprise. So the one who started all the drama to begin with, the reason why Xano is no longer allowed to sponsor Monerotopia, JW, literally the source of the problem, voted no. So there he is. Oh, this is fun. Is Comrade there? I mean,
he's on stage, but he hasn't.
Okay.
Anything.
Hey, what's up?
Yeah, we're bringing you up, man. Anything you want to put out there? I mean, it looks like so the voting's still coming in. We think the votes should be counted from people that are coming in the room, considering they are Monero community members. They're not, members of the Majestic Bank company. I would understand why you wouldn't want situations like that to happen.
I think Dadajo compared the situation itself to the Majestic Bank one. He didn't compare you guys to Majestic
I know,
Bank, of course.
but what I'm saying is the situations are not analogous, right? Because Majestic Bank was a for-profit instant exchange, right? That sponsors MoneroCon, that was looking to shill Majestic Bank. Monerotopia is just another branch of the Monero community. It's another Monero-based conference. So by excluding the people that are from Monerotopia land, you're just excluding Monero community members in making decisions for the MoneroCon conference. And if it's supposed to be a community-based Monero conference, you should be open to listening to Monero members, Monero users, Monero community members. All right. I don't know. We got more votes coming in, I think.
The voting has ended.
Voting has ended. Okay. So what was the vote? How many fours against abstains?
I put together a list and I announced it. If anyone I left out messages me with the reply to that message, I will count it in. I will give this like 5 minutes, so no votes are left out, and then we count.
Vote ended. +1. The autism levels are off the charts. A mountain out of a molehill. We shouldn't have to join and vote. HBS, the plan is to have beanbags again this year in 2 areas, one with MoneroCon talks and one with Monerotopia stream. All right, so we had we had CT 0, Rotten -1, Tux +1, Doug +1, Pseudo +1, Recan 0, Monero +1, Comrade 0, Francisco 0, HBS +1, Alaska Anon +1, Dadajo 0, JW -1. Monero UK +1. Okay.
So far, you're at +5.
All right. I mean, not for nothing, but good thing I did jump into the chat last week after it was voted down. Otherwise, this just would have, the collaboration would have never happened. We would have just let it fall apart. So while you guys might think I'm an asshole for jumping in the MoneroCon chat and talking about it and insisting that we do something about it, I'm glad I actually did put the energy into it. It's unfortunate that I had to. It took unfortunately a lot of time and emotional energy, but I guess in retrospect, I am glad I did do it.
Bawdy has an interesting comment. Can he comment on why they let Xano speak, but then come ask the Monero community for CCS money to let Xano speak? And I think he's talking about last year, because Xano spoke last year, right? I do remember that.
Yeah. I don't know, Comrade, do you have a comment on that? Or?
Yeah, I'm not sure if I remember. My year has been a bit long, and with everything, I'm planning on moving out and stuff. I don't remember Xano sponsoring last year. They probably did if Bawdy remembers that.
Well, they spoke.
There
That's
has
what he's mentioning, is that they spoke last year.
okay.
And
Okay.
and even this year, they're allowed to speak, right? They're just not allowed to sponsor. Is that correct?
Well, speaking is allowed if the one person that's speaking is not endorsing something, but actually speaks about technological stuff or news on Monero, like any kind of technology or Monero related matter that's not endorsing something. Let's say, for example, we will have a talk about a 3D printed gun that can be fully 3D printed without any endorsing, just the technology behind it, and it will be without any politics or such involved.
Right, but the Xano devs can come give a talk theoretically on some breakthrough they had in
Sure.
Xano where they're adding some
Feel free.
new tech.
Of course.
Right? Right, which is what all of their talks have been to date. By the way, I've never seen. We never had Xano at Monerotopia just come up on stage and talk about why people should buy Xano. It's always been very technical. It's been the devs. We've even had Monero devs that contributed to Xano. That came up with like Ko. I'm sure you're familiar with Ko. He was the one that helped develop the hybrid proof of work, proof of stake system for Xano. He gave a talk. So. Yeah, I imagine it would be technical. So they're allowed to give talks, they're just not allowed to sponsor. And what was the reason why they're not allowed to sponsor and why DarkFi is not allowed to participate?
DarkFi has some legal issues, which I've mentioned. For the same reason that I don't remember Xano, we had a meeting about this, like, I don't know, about in December or maybe at the end of November. Siren has mentioned some issues with them, which are pretty understandable. I don't remember the issues. I remember that I noted them as okay. We should, well, not let them, but not prefer them to sponsor, and that way we didn't accept their sponsorship if they would. I guess if you just send Siren a message in the chat here, she can probably talk to you about that.
Okay, I'm not sure. Like, but what was the ultimate reason why Xano was why Monerocon voted against allowing them to sponsor?
For some other reason, as for DarkFi, we had a meeting about this. I will try to search that up for you.
All right.
We keep track of our votes on such matters, and then of course apply them to some related votes as we are going on.
Is DarkFi allowed to speak at Monerocon?
Actually, I don't remember. I remember that we are abstaining from letting him sponsor.
Okay.
Feel free to ask, and the guys probably keep track of it. I have a ton of things going on right now.
No, I know, man. And, I'm sorry to be hard on you, but I was responding to what I saw happen last week.
Sure.
And I just saw a bunch of people, and, I don't mean to pin this. You were the one out of the gate because you're the guy organizing everything. I get it. You're the one who runs the meeting. So the meeting was kicked off with the vote against, and then others followed. And it was just disappointing to see that happen in a way where, like, it really wasn't given much consideration. It was just like, just treating it like it didn't really matter. So, yeah, didn't mean to put all the, angst on you and direct my negative sentiment towards you. It's more just directed towards the Monerocon board in general, or members, or voting members, and I don't know. I think I think moving forward, I don't know. Yeah, you guys do what you got to do. I don't know. I don't have the time to participate in like the Monerocon and help organize things, but it just seems like some small issues are made into ones that don't need to be so large, and It's unfortunate to see that MoneroCon now needs to do a CCS to raise community funds because they're denying sponsorships. I mean, that doesn't seem like a good direction to take the conference in. And I know, AJ did a good job building it up and giving it momentum, and he got it to the point where it was profitable last year. So it's unfortunate to see it kind of take a step backwards for political reasons, just shooting itself in the foot.
Last year we had funds from the previous year left over from a CCS.
Okay, so it was kind of profitable because there were still Monero CCS funds covering it, is what you're saying.
As well, yes.
Okay, but even so, right? You get my point. Like, shouldn't it, if you're not a pure community-based conference, otherwise you would have no sponsors at all, right? You would just do a CCS and people buy tickets. It's like a hybrid. You still take on sponsorships, but then you guys are political with the sponsors you accept, and we are too, right? We're not gonna Monerotopia isn't gonna accept the sponsor from some complete, like, I don't know, scam coin that wants to just come and like shill their stuff. Like we do have, some level of filtration there, right? We want you to be, working on an honest open source project, and you can come and shill your privacy tech if you sponsor us, if you support the conference, we'll let you take the stage. But MoneroCon, I don't really understand what they're using to decide who does and doesn't get to sponsor, and it just seems to be a little bit political in the end.
Am I right, comrade? If you guys filtered the votes, it would still be a +1, right? So arguing about this is basically pointless.
CT0 rotten.
Oh, they don't want to count our votes? Yeah. The Dojo. Why didn't we accept all the votes from Majestic Bank?
Yes, you're right.
Monero members.
Okay, so this argument's basically pointless to have in the chat. It's a +1 anyway.
Okay, so let me comment on all the things. Of course, I would say it's understandable that you directed some things against me. I'm not going to say that it's not a problem, because of course it's a problem. I don't appreciate it, but I guess we can just go on with it. What was the previous thing that you said just after discussing that you are sorry for?
I was just saying it's unfortunate to see that MoneroCon has to raise money from the community because they're arbitrarily deciding to reject certain sponsors.
Sure. We had a discussion about this as well in a meeting. Currently, we would be profitable, just La Fabrica and now Perillinipolis, which has rebranded to, let me just check the correct name.
They're no longer even Parnellipolis, huh?
Yeah, they rebranded.
And it's not run by the same people anymore.
It's run by the same people. I'm not able to find their brands right now.
Okay.
Anyway, so they are taking too much money for the venue, and we got a late response this year, which we couldn't have gone and looked for another venue at this time. Of course, next year, HBS just mentioned it's rebranded to Second Culture. So next year we are probably not going to take them as a venue because they're expensive. This year we just didn't have any time to do so, to search for another venue. So the profitability part will be solved. Hopefully, of course.
MoneroCon is saying, okay. MoneroCon is saying, I think MoneroCon is correct to refuse shitty sponsors for a cost to the CCS. Yeah, shitty but define a shitty sponsor, right? Like I'm saying, like, I don't know. I guess that's for them to decide. MoneroCon is, I guess it's just more Monero Maxi than Monerotopia is at the end of the day, right? So Monerotopia is willing to have Xano be a sponsor. MoneroCon is not, but yet they'll have other, cryptos, right? I believe Tari, right? Or Firo. Firo is a sponsor. So Firo passes the test, and I don't know. Is Firo you know, doesn't Furo have a corporation as part of their structure, right? Similar to Zcash. So I don't even understand what metric is being used to decide. Does Tari get to sponsor? Would Tari be allowed to sponsor MoneroCon?
Oh,
Do we
we
know?
had a vote on that. Let me just search that up. I'm sure that there is not
I mean,
much
Tari doesn't even
Tari
doesn't even
keywords.
exist yet. Either does Dark5 for that matter. But there was some VC funding involved in Tari, I believe, and they essentially have a dev tax, right? I don't know. I haven't looked at Tari in so
Yeah,
long because it never
Tari would
launched.
be allowed to sponsor.
Tari. So what's the reasoning why Tari is allowed to sponsor and Xano's not?
Well, there's a reason behind Xeno not being allowed to sponsor, which can be found in the chat if you are patient enough to go back,
Okay.
or some other staff member could comment on that. I would really appreciate it. Generally, we don't have a reason for being allowed to sponsor, but we have a reason for not being allowed to sponsor. Make sense?
Yeah. I'm just curious what that reason is and how that would then differentiate from Tari and why that same reasoning wouldn't apply to Tari is guess what I'm curious about.
I will try to find the reason either during the meeting or after the meeting.
Okay. I guess because of the pre-mine, but isn't Tari effectively pre-mine too, or it's just a dev tax? But aren't we saying a dev tax?
I think the pre-mine definitely has something to do with it. Xeno is a full pre-mine, right?
No, full pre. I don't know. No, it's got some. There was a pre-mine. It comes from
the Bullberry.
Yeah, Bullberry is. You know, we went through this exhaustively with Untraceable.
My word, super long.
You guys, you could go watch it. That's all been aired, but I just don't know how it differentiates that much from Tari in terms of their structure. I believe there's VCs involved with the launching of Tari, right?
It sounds like it just boils down to a few specific nitpicks about how the crypto started out. So,
yeah. Stop being gay, MoneroCon tip 50 cents. Pretty obvious that this is a personal vendetta against Doug and Monerotopia. The reasons are almost completely arbitrary and double standard. Appreciate that. I think it's more just the MoneroCon like being its own worst enemy. Unfortunately, I think it's more that like I don't know. When you get a committee of people to run things, this is unfortunately this is how things often go down. So, all right. So we passed the vote, right? I guess not all the votes were counted, but it still is moot.
You still passed either way.
Okay.
Assuming JW intern isn't counted as well, and then it would be +1. If JW intern is counted in, then it would be a 0.
It comes down to JW again, literally the guy who started all this drama.
Because somebody said he shouldn't be counted in the vote, someone else said he should be, so it just depends.
Well, I mean, if you're going to count him, then I don't see how you don't count, like, Alaska, right? Are they saying, like, Alaska doesn't count?
One of the guys
and, like, they're saying you don't count either?
Yeah, I wouldn't count if they're going by this specific list of, like, I guess, active MoneroCon meeting participants, something like that.
You got to be active. This is so open-ended. Like, when are you considered active?
Yeah, it's like I'm not. I've got other things I need to do. I'm not looking at this all the time, you know.
Yeah, same here.
But I'm still like, you know, you are, I am, Alaska are prominent people in the Monero community, and we are, at least I and Doug are attendees of MoneroCon, so.
Yeah, and the reason why we can't participate in MoneroCon meetings is because we literally run a Monero-based community show every Saturday that happens at the same time. So I would think MoneroCon would want the Monerotopia show to continue on, and they wouldn't want us to cancel the show so we could go participate in MoneroCon meetings. I would hope that that's what they would want. Francisco M. Agreed, and thanks for the special participation of Monerotopia, guys. You guys are always welcome to participate. So overall, I think it's whatever. It's unfortunate that all this drama had to happen, but I'm sure we'll all be stronger because of it. I can't even have, I kind of lost the chat here. I think there's nothing else to pull from it, right?
I think it was pretty much concluded.
Yeah, okay.
Yep.
Okay,
all
so
right. Wow.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yes,
Blin.
Comrade, go ahead.
Yeah, DarkFi, the reason is that they are kind of on the list of the European Union's Council decision updating the list of persons, groups, and entities covered by the Common Position 2001/931 CFS P on the application of specific measures to combat terrorism and repealing decision CFSP 2024. Let me just paste the link in here.
So DarkFi is, but not Monero.
So wait, DarkFi. This is like some legal action by.
They are kind of on that list, and Siren and some other people had some concerns that it's probably not a good thing to collaborate with people on that list because that could backfire sometime later.
Okay, but are we arbitrarily? It's not like you can't, right? It's just you think it's not a good idea. I mean, what is the Monero ethos about? I mean,
where's this list? What is this list?
He sent the link to it in the chat.
Private chat.
Oh, private chat. Okay.
Of course, many of the staff members, like myself and Siren, STMBY are doxed, so I think it's understandable that we decided not to pursue this.
And so who's on the list? DarkFi itself?
Kind of. Let me just tell you the exact one.
What? This is crazy. Why isn't this like bigger news in general? The fact that DarkFi is even on this list.
Well, was it just maybe Amir Taki himself?
Yeah, I mean that I could see maybe
Could
it's
be
Amir Taki that's on the list.
Let me just grab the.
Wow.
Makes me like. I don't know much about DarkFi, but that makes me like it even more.
Right? That's what I'm saying. Like,
it's somewhere.
They
around...
know they are welcome at Monerotopia. They've been a part of it the last couple times. Amir was at Monerotopia last year.
Those matrix links don't paste right for some reason, Blin. So unfortunately, the link's broken. If I copy it,
I don't think it's broken. Just it's not displaying right.
It doesn't hyperlink it properly, but I'll copy it.
Well, you can copy and paste it. Yeah. It's somewhere around there in the discussion of what's the problem.
Here's a document they're talking about. Updated lists of persons, groups, and entities covered by the common position on the application of specific measures to combat terrorism and repealing decision 224/3032. So just people on the European Union shit list that they're trying to label as terrorists, including developers of open source technology. That's a big problem, right? That's kind of like what we were talking about with Tornado Cash earlier. Came up in the news, which looks like in the U.S. they dropped the charges, right, Tux? Is that what I heard in the news section?
Yeah, Tornado Cash is
they dropped
not
the sanctions.
Sanctioned, yeah.
They dropped the sanctions. That's huge. That's tremendous. Obviously, that's the way things should be. But it looks like DarkFi or perhaps Amir or somebody is on this list, which is very unfortunate to see, basically labeling open source devs and open source tools, privacy tools, as dangerous to the state because it can be used by terrorists or whatnot. And yeah, I don't know. I don't think we should really be complying with the EU's list, but I guess
we are after all in the EU, so
yeah, it's understandable from that regard. Like I said, I'd like to see who or what is actually on that list.
I will try to get back to you on the proper information.
And yeah, once again, maybe another reason why, I don't know, MoneroCon maybe should be happening somewhere else. I don't know. Shortwave tip tournament. Crazy that the Porkfest tent costs 69 Monero. Is it 69? It's 12K for the tent. It's actually a good deal. I mean, it's a week-long conference, and it's like it's the best location at Porkfest, the biggest tent, and it comes with some other things, giving us. I think we get to choose one speaker that goes on the Porkfest main stage, and then obviously the tent itself strategically located, and we'll have our own talks going on in there. So,
sorry, it's not quite 69. It's only 56. If you're taking into the current price.
That is funny. Good catch, Shortwave. Somebody's saying they should seriously consider moving it to Stockholm. HBS MK MoneroCon takes place in the EU, so we have to ensure we comply with EU laws and regulations, which is not something Monero Talk has to do. That's understandable. I get that. It's kind of scary, very scary. I mean, shit. So if Monero goes on the list, then I guess MoneroCon is no longer taking place in Europe.
Dude, imagine it moves to the United States because it gets put on some list in the EU, so it moves back to the US because, I mean, it's nothing wrong with it here.
I mean, it doesn't seem like it's that far off. They just have to, well, you know, what if they put, God forbid, some other, like they put some Monero dev on this list? I don't know. Did you, HBS, did you find, Comrade, did you find what exactly was on the list?
The exact message that we decided not to go further with them is PBK, groups and entities. DarkFi is either associated or is PKK militia. I'm not sure if Siren would like to come on or just comment on this one to you in private or.
Yeah, I would just like to see the link to the official thing where it's showing DarkFi as essentially being on that list.
Is that the Kurdistan Workers' Party?
Yes.
Interesting.
So how does that? Wait, that by way of that, but the Kurdistan Locals Party being on the list, DarkFi is on the list because Amir is allegedly associated with both of these things.
I would understand so. Yes.
Okay, but does it say DarkFi or just says this party, the Kurdistan party?
Amir Taki. Is it Amir Taki? I'm assuming it is because he's the only. I think.
I don't think so.
Oh, someone else. Okay, interesting.
I will ask Siren privately and report back to you after the meeting.
Okay.
Oh, all right. Okay. Comrade, man, thank you. Thanks for sticking with this despite me being a jerk. But like I said, I do think my jerkness was warranted. I was responding to the fact that MoneroCon nonchalantly voted against collaborating with Monerotopia. And it's unfortunate that we had to have this drama all week, but at least we were able to push forward and allow for, I guess, kind of greater democracy here by having more people in the Monero community see what was going on and participate and help.
Okay, if I may, of course, if there's anything next time that you would like to point out, if there is next time that we, I don't know, deny something or just not favoring something, feel free to just comment that you don't align with the idea of it, and maybe there should be an appeal, like revote and considering other facts that you mentioned. So, okay. As far as I've seen, you came in and like wrote a few walls of text. Of course, that made some people mad, and then you were made mad, and there was this whole back and forth.
Yeah. I felt like I was highly disrespected. I had people labeling me. They're like, why are we gonna give Doug this favor? Like, how is this like a favor to Doug? I'm trying to. Like, sure,
Yeah,
I could have
I understand your
ignored the whole
perspective as well.
idea and went and just did Monerotopia on my own. But I thought by putting more effort into the Monero project, by trying to collaborate, I was helping. I didn't need to, I could have just played MoneroCon talks at Monerotopia without asking to collaborate. I didn't need to ask anybody for permission. I thought it would have been a good thing. And so that's why it frustrated me that then people in the MoneroCon chat that were voting were labeling me as somebody who's looking for a favor. I feel like I'm doing the Monero community a favor by doing these events and trying to like get this collaboration going and always trying to grow Monero. Instead, it was framed as me asking the Monero community for a favor, which was just like,
of course,
that's frustrating.
Can't speak for other people. With those texts, it looked like you took the problem too personally, and of course they replied with personal things.
I definitely
next time, if there's next time, just come in. Let us know that there's a problem with this decision, and of course we are going to revisit that topic next week and decide on it. And for the part that Monero can publicity, everyone is free to vote. Come and vote on weekends, Saturdays at 17 UTC.
Okay. Yeah, I mean the only thing is that's during the show, so. That's the only problem. That's another.
I mean, the agenda is public before, so they can just decide which topic they want to visit and.
Yeah. All right, man. Let's go ahead and move to viewers on stage. If anybody else wants to jump up,
sure.
And we'll round up the show. Comrade, obviously you're more than welcome to hang around. You're welcome anytime on this show, man. And anybody, of course. And you know that anybody at MoneroCon is welcome. If they ever want to come up as a special guest, or obviously viewers on stage are always welcome. Like I said, no matter how the vote would have turned out, I always keep this platform completely open to MoneroCon coming on, shilling the conference. I would already continue to shill the conference. Obviously, I'm sure I would have been annoyed by it. I would have given my 2 cents as well, but. You guys are always welcome to come on here and get the word out about the things you're doing. So please do stay if you can. And Tux, let's run viewers on stage, see if anybody else wants to jump up.
All right, let's do it.
It's the Viewers on Stage segment. It's that time where we invite you, the viewers, up on stage to comment on anything you've heard so far today, ask the guest a question, or maybe talk about one of the news topics. Come on down.
All right.
Got Alaska non-short surfer.
Hello.
Arky.
So it turns out that I was wrong. I typed 69 Monero for the tent when it's actually 64.8, which I was going to round to 65.
Wrong. I typed 69 Monero for the tent. Oh, somebody's echoing.
Bawdyanarchy is the echo. It's not very bad for me, though. I mean, I can barely even hear the echo.
Alaska, what's up, man? Thanks for jumping in the MoneroCon chat. I appreciate it.
That's the first time I've voted in like 2 decades, by the way. You got me on Twitter. You got me to vote. Doug, you fucking poison. They're right over there. You're poisoning the well, getting anarchists to vote. Like, I can't even. I probably shouldn't have been so snarky, though. I think the ComradeBlin approach was probably better. Like, try to bridge the gap, make some peace, chill everybody out. I'm just over there, like, flaming people. Like, I am what I am, Doug. I'm sorry.
I'm the same way in many ways. Hi, Uncle Doug from Adrian. What's up, Adrian? My man.
There's something really weird about, like, the dichotomy between like PorkFest, MoneroCon, and Monerotopia, because you kind of see like this self-segregating based on like the cultures that people carry with them, where you got like just these balls out anarchist types that are always going to Monerotopia, and then you've got like these, these focused, like highly organized tech bros doing the MoneroCon thing. And then you've got like the vote harder. If we just beg the government for a little more freedom, maybe, I don't know. I might be a little biased against libertarians, but you know.
I mean, it's usually like this with other communities as well. As far as I've seen, like you won't be able to have a completely unanimous decision anytime in the future or in the past on this one. Like we can see the culture difference as well. Monerotopia, of course, I've gone only once, but Monerotopia was held in like a hippie convention center. I'm not sure how to call it. Like it had that feeling of that part of the culture, and of course Europeans like the closed spaces better, and of course that can be seen and noticed at MoneroCon with the talks being held inside and such. It's going to be like this, I think, forever. Like it's not really going to change either with MoneroCon or any other any other community.
Yeah. I mean, the other primary Monerotopia really just focuses.
Can you throw
on,
Bawdy up, by the way? I think he wanted up.
Yeah, bring him up. Bring him up. The big difference between Monerotopia and MoneroCon, Monerotopia really focuses on like the opting out, the using it, like Alaska's saying, the anarchists, you know, we giving an FU to the state and just building out a Monero-based circular economy. So much so that we have a bunch of vendors that are there selling all sorts of things for Monero. That's like the real theme of Monerotopia. And then second to that is Monerotopia is more open in terms of who can participate, because our end goal is just getting people to use digital cash. So if you're into using Pirate Chain and you share these ideas of opting out and using digital cash, well, come hang out with us. We want you to hang out with us, and maybe you'll start liking Monero more. That's
participation. I'm sorry for interrupting. Participation wise, we of course don't ban anybody. Of course, you shouldn't wear T-shirts that says "Kill Russians," because then there is going to be problems one way or another, either by us or some other attendee. Sponsoring, of course, there are some measures that we prefer to take.
Understood. Fairly Reasonable is asking, hey Doug, quick question. Do you know if gratuitous farmers use any pesticides? That's a good question. I'll give you let me give you a better informed answer on that. Honestly, I think they do. Guatemala, from the farm in Guatemala, they do too. Basically, when you have a farm over a certain size, and this is a fairly large farm, they inevitably use pesticides. So, and farms that tell you otherwise are probably lying. If it's a small enough farm, they can get away with not doing that, but it just doesn't scale. So if you want to grow a bunch of coffee, on a mountainside, to scale that up, unfortunately, pesticides is usually necessary. But I'll give you a better answer on that. I probably should have a better answer on that, but I got to let me talk to the Colombian farm guy.
By the way, Doug, I would like to put in my votes for gratuitous to offer decaf coffee and dark chocolate.
Yes, okay. We're working on the dark chocolate.
Well, what's the vote? You can't just tell us you want to vote and not. I'm just kidding.
Is it a +1, a 0, or a -1?
+1.
Yeah, but did you attend the last Okay, I'm done.
Well, you made the joke about that, but I think it's pretty understandable why we do that. Of course, in governments as well and other countries, the people that are living in such country don't like that maybe people that have demigrated from that country still vote for that government, because it's just not right in my opinion. If you are not in that culture, you shouldn't really do a part in there to vote for something.
I did actually already walk it back in Element Chat, and just for people who weren't watching, like, I'm definitely the asshole in this situation, and I will own it. And I did apologize to the MoneroCon guys for being a snarky asshole, because it was, I get a little passionate about certain kinds of topics. My biggest concern of the whole thing is like, it's the kind of the inversion of the argument. So on the one hand, like, yeah, you want to keep people from just being like one party vote or one issue voters and all that, and you want to kind of keep this shit being steered correctly. My biggest concern is this wasn't like a bunch of foreigners moving into a country and voting for handouts. This is people who are like highly active in the community. You know, it's and there's never really a right answer to this stuff. And I think that, you know, the MoneroCon guys were trying to handle it as best as they could, including yourself. So thank you for that. But my biggest thing about it all is just like, we have to find a way to reach a wider audience, whether it be MoneroCon, Monerotopia, you know, people handing out Monero pamphlets and so on. And to me, it seems like a no-brainer. The American libertarian movement is like the most obvious place to be shilling for Monero. Like, I just can't even wrap my head around why anyone would think this is a bad idea, if that makes sense. Like, this is exactly what the community needs to like supercharge adoption. But I could be wrong. That's just where I stand on things. And I don't really understand how any issue, like even if it was significantly worse, like Doug was pumping his shitcoin bag for like Doug coin, or I still wouldn't care. You know, it's like, this is a way to get Monerotopia to the people that are most likely to adopt it. Like, I mean, what else do I need to know at that point?
Good points. Anybody else? Anybody else? Who do we have? Who's this? Danarchy? Who's that?
Hey, can you hear me?
We got you.
Perfect.
Hey, how's it going? Yeah, I usually listen to this show, like the recording, while I'm at work, and yeah, just wanted to jump on here and hang out.
Sweet.
I'm not new to Monero. I've been in Monero. Like, I think I found out about Bitcoin and Monero at the same time at PorkFest.
At PorkFest.
Yeah.
Nice.
So, but yeah, I just wanted to jump on here and chat.
Are you attending PorkFest this year?
I'm planning to, yeah.
Sweet. Awesome, man. And so I guess you would have been voting for the collaboration, right? I assume between.
Yeah, I mean, I've been listening to this, and I've never been to MoneroCon or anything, but I think from what I have heard, yeah, I think it's kind of you're the reasonable one here.
Awesome, man, and that's so cool that you're an example of somebody who discovered crypto at PorkFest, right? I think a lot of people did.
Mm-hmm.
And in the right way, right? It was like people actually using crypto.
Yeah, I remember I was literally just walking around PorkFest, and some guy I'd never seen before walked up and he was like, "Hey, have you heard about Bitcoin? Have you heard about crypto? You know anything about this?" And I was like, "Yeah, I've heard about it. I don't really know much." And then he told me to download Electrum wallet, or no, it was Mycelium is what it was back in the day, and then he just sent me $5 worth of Bitcoin, and I was like, "Whoa." And then I think later that day I learned about Monero.
That's amazing.
It's cool to have an actual PorkFest attendee here that, again, learned about crypto through PorkFest. That's a perfect example.
Exactly. And there's a lot of people there. I mean, that learn that way. Like Roger Ver attended PorkFest events back in the day. You know, a lot of big names in crypto.
And I hope that chime was from Graphene OS that you've modified, that you've de-Googled, sir.
I just got a new phone a few months ago, and I had Calyx OS on there, but a couple of my apps weren't working that I needed, so I switched back to stock, unfortunately. But
I actually had that same problem with my bank. My bank app didn't want to run properly without without Google Play, and so I switched banks.
There you go.
I actually I had a banking app that wasn't playing nicely with graphene, and I just went all the way up the chain to their chief technical officer's assistant guy, and I explained to them that if they weren't going to allow me to maximize my security on my banking app, then the problem was with their software. And it took like less than a week, and it's worked on graphene ever since. Like, I just was really noisy about it, and then they fixed it.
All right, guys, I'm going to head out now. See you.
All right, comrade.
Thanks for clearing
man.
the air, homie.
Yes,
Good job.
Sorry for rubbing you the wrong way, but
No worries.
I'm also sorry for
anybody
being an
around
ass.
here knows I just respond from my heart, and I speak what I see as the truth. So I don't hold back, and I'll try to be a little nicer in the future with how I speak what I perceive as my truth.
All right, see you guys.
Thanks, man. Danarchy, you think Ross Albright might come to PorcFest this year? Any thoughts on that?
I hope so.
That'd be awesome.
I've been there. Like I remember there's, I've been at PorcFest when they had the all the free Ross people there. I've met Lynn a few times.
Yeah.
So it'd be cool if he comes and we could all hang out. That'd be pretty awesome.
That would be very cool. Very cool. Yeah. We met Lynn in the past, and then last year she was at PorcFest and she was hanging out at the Monero, our little Monero stand. It was very, very cool. And yeah, now she must be on cloud 9 right now. I mean, I'd understand if they don't want to, they don't want to go there, right? Maybe they want to break from all this stuff and just live life, literally touch grass, enjoy being.
Well, I've been following Ross on X, and he's been, posting a bunch of pictures. He's doing some, he's making his rounds.
Oh, he is going to places.
Well,
like,
I mean, I don't know. He was like Grand Canyon and doing all the having fun.
I've seen that. Yes, living life with this fam. So yeah, if they could swing by PorcFest, I'm sure he would tons of supporters there, people that really helped advocate to get him out. So it is possible he might stop by, which would be super cool.
The other people we need to help get out of prison are Roger Ver and Ian Freeman.
Yes, also PorcFest people.
Yep. I've hung out with Ian a few times. I used to live in New Hampshire.
And now Ian Freeman, he ran the talk radio. What was his podcast?
Free Talk Live. It's
Talk
sort
Live,
of weekly weekday radio show. Well, it's not weekday anymore. It's every couple of days now, but it was every single weekday.
It literally was the first radio show podcast to be talking about Bitcoin, I think, right? I think that's probably fair to say. If not one.
I wonder if the libertarian people tried voting harder to free these guys. Like it.
Yeah.
See, you spun it up, Doug. The snarky thing is like I'm trying really hard right now to like bridge the gap, but I am what I am.
Yeah, no worries. We love you. Cool, man. Danarchy, any other thoughts on Monero stuff? So that was pretty early. You're talking about. That was probably like, I don't know. That was probably like 2015, 2014.
My first PorcFest was 2016.
Okay, so that was probably it. Okay, and that's like when Monero was kind of really starting to pick up some steam at that point. Yeah, very cool, very cool. How do you think things have evolved since first attending?
Well, I've missed the last couple of years, so I haven't been able to see how it's gone lately. But I've heard that there's a few people that for whatever reason they can't get in. They've been banned by the organizers, and so they're kind of. I mean, there's a little bit of divisiveness going on. It seems like.
Well, don't they have Fork Fest too? Right?
Yeah, there's that. Yeah.
Fork Fest. It's the fork of the Porcupine Freedom Festival.
It is. Yeah, exactly. Have you been to that Dandergy Fork Fest?
I think I was there. I was there once. I showed up. I think it was one year that they did it. That it was the week before Pork Fest,
Right.
and so I knew a bunch of people that were going there for that, and it was smaller, you know, and there's like no structure or anything. It's just, you know, basically people hanging out, cooking out, and just, you know, shooting shit.
It's like original Pork Fest.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, yeah. So it didn't really like Pork Fest is more of the fork than Fork Fest.
If we could all just work enough of these conferences, we could have a conference every single day of the week, and people could just float around. And then you find out when your vacation from conferences happens when you get banned from one of them. You know.
What was the reason for the fork? Do you know? Like what was like the real disagreement?
I can't remember what sparked it off, but I think it was just people that were people that were trying to do things that the Pork Fest organizers didn't like. They were just like getting too rowdy or something.
Okay. We got a tip from Visual Learner, 25 cents. Have you seen this? Monero.eco. Oh yes, I think I have seen this. It's beautiful. Also Monero Map has a new release. It might be useful to integrate into XMR Bazaar. Would you do that? Yeah, I would do that. But XMR Bazaar does have its own map. Somebody could try to bring up that link.
And XMR Bazaar is growing like a weed. There's like almost 2,500 listings now.
Oh wow. Yeah, how are things been going over there? Have you been involved, Shortwave? Watching things grow?
Yep, I've been just watching things grow a little bit at a time. I would like to see more people actually post their prices in Monero. That's the only real downside I see right now is so many people post their offers, like their listings in fiat currency, and let the Monero price float. And it's like,
no, I know you're the leader on that, but yeah, that's going to take some time for people to get into that mindset.
It's like how much Monero do you think this is worth? How much Monero would you be happy to receive for this item? Ask yourself that question and publish it at that price.
I see. I'm just pulling up a post here. Parmigiano Reggiano gift set, gold. The gold gift set. This is from Italia Shop. I may or may not have ordered 5 kilos of Parmesan from them for Monero. And it may or may not be the best Parmesan I've ever had. No joke. So this is cool. He's putting together a little gift set here. What does it include? 1 kilo of Parmesan, 24-month-old, and 1 bottle of balsamic vinegar, or a Giuseppe Giuzzi, 3 gold medals, 12-year-old. Wow, 12-year-old balsamic vinegar. Yeah, balsamic could get super expensive. For those who like their balsamic vinegar, it's you get some really good stuff. That's cool. So he's selling a little set there. Yeah, he's been putting up a lot of different. He's got olive oil. That's something that could be worth spending some Monero on, stocking your olive oil needs with Monero. Yeah, if somebody wants to pull up this other guy's this other map, but yeah, XMR Bazaar does have its own map. Has the Monero map. Here it is. Functions beautifully. So any listing you put up, whether it's a business listing or an actual, so here I could just look at regular listings or business listings. So if I just put on business, so these are all real world physical businesses that accept Monero. If you have a Monero accepting business, go list it on XMR Bazaar. It's free to do so. And then any listing, any regular listing you put up, you could also put a location and it will show those on the map as well. Perhaps the most exciting business listing we got is of the hardware store, Ward's Ace hardware store. Super cool. We had him on, I think it was a week or so, or the week before. So you could literally go to this hardware store and you can purchase a shotgun with Monero. Obviously, you'll have to, I'm sure, show your license or whatnot, whatever the local laws are there. But technically, you could purchase a shotgun with Monero at this hardware store, which is pretty wild to see. So I think that's like literally my favorite current Monero accepting business. Monero.eco. Let me pull that up. It is a super cool site.
Now, you mentioned that a store in Astoria, Queens or whatever was going to do gratuitous coffee. Are you guys going to do like a workout where like he posts the prices in Monero directly, or is he going to post the price in dollars or fiat currency?
Nah, he's going to post the price. You know, you got to take baby steps, Shortwave. You're just trying to get him to, basically, my hope is he'll be purchasing the coffee from us with Monero. So he'll be supplying his store with coffee purchased with Monero. And then his customers will, they'll be paying in dollars, right? He'll be willing to accept Monero, but I doubt most of the customers that buy his coffee are going to pay him in Monero.
But if he gets if he has to pay you in Monero, but his customers are paying him in dollars, where is he going to get the Monero to pay you for the coffee?
Well, he does accept Monero in his store, so how much Monero he ends up getting, and I know I think he has, he has a couple of people that may come in there and use Monero, like, once a month. But yeah, to jumpstart this thing, I don't think you jumpstart it by saying we have this coffee here and it's only available if you pay in Monero. So then the coffee sits on a shelf for a year and nobody buys it, as opposed to jumpstarting it by having him pay us in Monero to supply the coffee while he simultaneously accepts Monero, and maybe you eventually get things to start up. So yeah, this is a very cool site. We've talked about it on the show before. We showed it. It shows kind of like the entire Monero, obviously not the entire Monero ecosystem, but it points out some of the larger, more well-known projects broken down into categories. So marketing projects include XMR Bazaar, and it's links to the actual project, Monero Market. So super cool, and all different categories: marketing. Events, which includes Monerotopia, MoneroCon, fundraising tools, which includes Kuno and the CCS, or no, they have that under development. News, forums, infrastructure, which I think, they got the Monero Nodo under that, which is very nice to see. Payment, BTC Pay, Now Payments, XMRChat is under there, Monero Pay. Very cool, very cool. A list of exchanges broken out into DEXs and centralized exchanges as well. So this really does cover a lot. Wallets, obviously all the big wallets that accept Monero. Cake Wallet being a primary one that then links off to a bunch of other projects that it has integrated into it. Very cool and exciting to see. I mean, this basically is the Monero ecosystem in a nutshell as an overview. So it's exciting to see. A lot of companies, projects involved, continuously growing.
You know what I really loved to see, and props to Cake Wallet for, again, always being absolutely amazing. The idea that between the Nodo and the new background sync methodology, like one of the biggest hangups for using Monero as like just payment anywhere, anytime for certain groups of people. Now, between the Nodo and Cake Wallet, you have really viable solutions to that. And with Cupcake, now you have like highly viable solutions to hardware wallets that are, in my opinion, the first acceptable ones. I've never really been a fan of like Ledger and stuff like that. I've always felt like there was a better way. Well, now, I mean, in my opinion, and I'm not like the tech bro, but the idea of being able to use Cupcake and like a graphene phone that you're not using just makes a hell of a lot more sense to me than like a dedicated hardware wallet that is usually like trashy and sucks anyway. A huge chunk of the usability of Monero is now light years ahead of almost everything that you get in like Bitcoin and all of these other cryptos. And I was actually having a conversation with a guy who's definitely not a tech bro, but has been diving really deep into the crypto ecosystem. And one of the things that he pointed out, which I totally agree with, was if you were to try to onboard somebody for a peer-to-peer transaction in Bitcoin, you're in for a world of pain. But if you try to onboard somebody for a peer-to-peer transaction in Monero, it's so simple that a person can be up and running without having a clue what they're doing in minutes. And we've really gotten to the point in the Monero community where we're on the bleeding edge of adoption for the purposes of like the ease of use and onboarding. And now that Cake Wallet can do this background sync, you don't even have to explain syncing to them. You can just be like, you're using this wallet because it syncs in the background while you're using your phone, versus the way that it has always been. You know, or if I wanted to use my Monero wallet and I haven't used it in like a month, you might be there for 20 minutes just waiting for something to sync. And in my opinion, the Nodo is like the gold standard of where we want to go, where you can have all of the functionality of a light wallet and all of the functionality of a dedicated, like, proper node. And so now you have like this tiered system of I can just use a Cake wallet and start using it right away. I can, with like a group of friends, just start running a node with something as easy to use as a Nodo. And I mean, just getting started into using the Nodo, I've got to say, like this, there are so many solutions now for problems that other cryptos haven't even like bothered to consider, you know, when it comes to security or privacy or whatever. That, I mean, just imagine all of this development ring you have on the screen here. These are highly focused projects. It's not that big of a tree, and they're really actually solving the problems of adoption into crypto. Like goo packs, you know, the ability to just start mining crypto right now. These guys are killing it, right? They're just making it easier and easier every single day to be able to just start mining Monero right now with available computing power. In my opinion, Monero has the most focused development structure, and there's nobody top down regulating anything. It's like the open source software guy's dream come true. Just a bunch of people voluntarily solving problems effectively. And I love to see it.
When syncing, especially on Tor, it can really be a slow thing. Two things I'm really excited for is cup rate, because as soon as it has wallet RPC working, I intend to switch my Monero node to cup rate just to help the client diversity. And Arty with Tor, Arty is going to be coming out. I don't know quite when, but it should be decently soon. They've been working on it for a while, and that's going to help speed the Tor network up, which should help sync times with Monero and Tor nodes, which will be really, really helpful.
I was really pleased to see how many people, as soon as solving the ring signature problem and moving to full chain membership proofs, aside from like maybe a little breather, they immediately pivoted to quantum resistance. Like, okay, this is going to be the next problem, you know, and like they're just getting so far ahead of future proofing this software and like the functionality of this crypto. I'm just so happy to see it. And anybody who doesn't have a Nodo, by the way, these things are absolutely gorgeous. Like, I mean, I even played with one at Monerotopia, but the thing is like like a art piece. You know, like they are absolutely gorgeous. Even the packaging, like I wouldn't dare throw it away because of how just the packaging is so attractive. So props to whoever's behind the aesthetics of these things, but they are legit one of the most gorgeous pieces of hardware I've ever seen. I mean, you know, I put a lot of work into trying to make my computers look like acceptably attractive, but then you have like the Noto next to a home built desktop PC, and it's just like a junkyard next to the Ritz, right? They are such attractive pieces of technology.
I have a fresh one here. I have two fresh Notos. Alaska, did you not get your Noto yet? Are you like
No,
the
I
only guy?
did. It was my fault. Like the reason I didn't get the Noto is because I didn't respond to the email for like a month. But I did get both of them, and they're everything that I hoped they would. They were way more than I hoped what they would be. They are handsome little bastards, man. They are just like. And so for those of you who missed the boat, you should reach out and get yourself a Noto. They are super cool.
How much are they?
Let me run the banner here. Yeah, I just brought up this map that Visual Learner was talking about. He's like, I am aware of XMR Bazaar's map. Bankexit.org map is based on OpenStreetMap tags. Yeah, that's cool. If there's some kind of way we can collaborate, yeah, it's beautiful what you guys have done here. It's very nice. So they have the Bank Exit Collective. Looks like it's in French and English. I think it's coming out of France primarily. The guys behind the project. But yeah, this is very nice. And I think you guys came up and spoke at some point. You're more than welcome to come up whenever you want on Monerotopia. And let me go to the actual map.
I think they spoke at Monerotopia itself. I don't know if they've been on a show or not.
Yes. Okay. So they have a Monero, Bitcoin, and June. What is June? I don't even know what the hell that is. I don't know what coin that is, guys. But they got Monero, and Bitcoin. Do you guys know what June is? Have you ever heard of that? Is that supposed to be something else?
The only thing I know of with June is June the month and June bugs.
Is that supposed to be like gold backs or something? I don't know. But if we just look at the Monero only listing, so yeah, they have a bunch of listings on the map, and they have some, they even have the hardware store too. So yeah, if we could somehow collaborate, integrate your map into XMR Bazaar in place of our map, I'm open to doing that if that's going to solve some problem, make the database itself better. So we have the map on XMR Bazaar represents more actual businesses that accept Monero. Obviously, I'm down for that. But yeah, very cool, guys. Yeah, if you want to reach out to me. I could put you in contact with Anarchia or Aaliyah. Maybe reach out to Aaliyah, and we could talk about how we could potentially collaborate. I do think the map on XMR Bazaars, does the job, but I'm open to collaborating, as everybody here knows, especially MoneroCon. Cool. Somebody's asking, Doug, has anybody reached out about trouble syncing the full blockchain on the Noto? Not to me personally. I'm sure people did have issues. Abdullah's been handling that with anybody. If you reach out in the Noto chat, the dedicated room for the Noto, which is a public room, any issues you have, throw them in there. But it should be plug and play at this point. All the little issues have been worked out. Maybe you didn't have the most updated software on yours. Now they auto update as well when you keep them plugged in. And Abdullah has been continued to upgrade the Noto in terms of its software. So it's constantly evolving and improving.
I did hear about it, and I tried to see if I could replicate it, and I have not been able to replicate it. Unfortunately, it just keeps working as intended. So
I mean, there were issues obviously in the early days. There were quite a few issues, but I thought we had worked them all out. It could be that, yeah, maybe whoever, fairly reasonable. Maybe you have a Nodo that doesn't have the latest release software, and it may be the version where it doesn't yet auto update. So if that's the case, Abdullah can walk you through it on how to kind of manually update the software to make sure you have the most updated version. And
by the way, we desperately need your help because we do not have a large body of testers. So it's extra important that people who find an issue follow up with like helping demonstrate what the problem actually is so it can be prevented from ever happening again. Because we don't have like a pool of 5,000 people to try to replicate the problem and figure out exactly what it is. In fact, there's a very high likelihood that you are literally the only person having such a problem. So it's like there's no way we're going to get to the bottom of it unless people who are finding these issues are actively giving feedback as to exactly what is happening. So please stay on top of it so we can perfect what's going on here.
Yeah, please do put it in the Monero Nodo chat, the public chat room, and I'm sure your question will be answered.
A good example, one of the reasons why I try really hard to do software testing is even like the way that you connect to the internet will be very different from place to place. Like Alaska uses a completely different system than the rest of the United States. There are parts of Canada that don't connect to the main like tier 1, tier 2 internet systems the same way that the rest of Canada does. And a lot of the time, the differences in that nobody has really accounted for. So a lot of the time it will be people testing in Alaska that will find that issue because it's a problem unique to where I live. But that it could be very well a similar problem with the area of the world that you are connecting to, where there's just no way that it could have been tested for ahead of time. Unless
it sounds like he actually wasn't even using the Nodo. It was just his own node that he's been syncing. He's been running into issues, so I think he's questioning how we're getting around those issues. I'm curious if you guys have a custom ban list for syncing, because I guess there's been spam that's going out. Yeah, the junk data spam regarding a full sync has been a plague for a couple of months now. I think maybe we did implement that. Because I know there was that ban list, right, that was put together of like nodes you shouldn't connect to.
Yep, I definitely have that. I definitely have that list on my personal node.
Yeah, so
it's like Boog 900 and all them are like use this, and I'm like, okay, you're the Monero Research Lab. If you say that we should probably be using this, I'm going to use it.
Yeah. So he fairly reasonable said he solved it by having a custom IP ban list just for syncing, though. Yeah. Okay. So I think we have that set up on the Nodo as well. I can't promise that's the case, but I think that might actually.
Where could one find that ban list?
Well, as it was just said, Monero Research Lab maintains a pretty good ban list.
If I remember correctly, it's somewhere on Boog 900's GitHub, BOOG 900. I want to say that's correct, but yeah, look up the Monero Research Lab ban list, and you should find it.
And then
this is all the more reason why more nodes need to participate in the network too. Even though Monero does have a lot of nodes, especially considering like its market cap and stuff, when you have a wider pool of nodes and a wider pool of people making available the current blockchain, it can make it a lot easier for a lot of people.
Yep.
This would be a very niche issue, but I found when I was running my node over Tor that I had screwed up my configuration in such a way that I was able to connect to the wallet RPC, but I wasn't able to sync the blockchain. So my wallet thought that it was up to date, and it wasn't. And so on wallet software, you might consider something to the effect of like adding a reference node, like Cake or something, so that if your personal node is behind or you've screwed up a configuration or something, it can be like, hey, by the way, your node is like 50 blocks behind the actual blockchain or something like that. That's a very niche issue, but I ran into it.
Just bringing up the Nodo website. We still calling it pre-orders because we want everybody to essentially pre-order the next batch. But the first batch has in fact been shipped, so we should probably make that clear. People thinking that we never shipped. First batch has 100% been shipped. The first batch of
it is made clear right there in orange.
Yeah. I just had Abdullah add it. But people might just see pre-order first because somebody reached out to me recently saying, "Did you guys ever ship these? I see it just says pre-order." It's been shipped. It's been shipped. We just had this is the pre-order for batch 2. Maybe we just put that there, pre-order for batch 2 or something, so people figure that out. So yeah, guys, if you want to order one, now is the time, and we'll be shipping out the second batch of Nodos at some point, hopefully soon. What else, guys? What else? Anything else? I'm okay with cutting this one short today. Got some fam stuff to do. I'm sure other people do. Anything else we want to talk about? Do we want to talk about the pyramids a little bit? I'd love to hear Alaska's take on things. I don't know, Alaska, if you saw the news that dropped. Do we know that, like, has that been...
So I haven't been keeping up on it, but my biggest problem is I'm so skeptical of, like, everything. I have no idea whether or not I can even, like, believe anybody about any, like, oh, we found these incredible buildings deep underground under the pyramids. Maybe it's true, maybe it's not. We're at peak clown world. Maybe, you know, like some secret occult institution used like Tesla Bohr machines to build it yesterday, for all I know. Like it's so hard to speculate on stuff that's like just infinitely far away from anywhere that I'm going to be within the next couple of weeks and all of that. But that said, like, people need to acknowledge the fact that history is a lie, and it's so hard to even know what happened 2 years ago. Yeah, it's like it's so hard to get any good data on anything anyway, and like it's so obvious that the mainstream worldview, like even the people who promote like the mainstream historical record, even they don't believe it. And you can see it with like, it's nobody believes any of the main worldview anymore anyway. And I'm just trying to figure out why people even talk about it, right? It's like, because everybody agrees on one thing, that what we've been told is bullshit. So like, let's not even talk about it anymore. We know it's fake. So like, let's just all agree we all have no idea.
I hear some cute laughter over there. My 10-year-old, I was talking to Franya about this yesterday, which is awesome. I love obviously having these conversations with her, and she arrived at this thinking like this. I saw her like get there, be like, wow, we maybe like none of history is true, and maybe we need to do things to like better record history. I was like, yes, Franya, yes. She figured it out. So that was like that was a breakthrough. I was like, yeah.
I'm all about the idea of the blockchain recording history.
Yes.
That would be cool. But the problem is people can't even like agree on how to make digital cash work. And when people start talking about like DAOs and recording things in the blockchain memory and all that, I'm like, let's just first be able to keep what we own, and then like work our way out from there. It's like
what is the oracle then that's actually recording what the truth is at that moment, right? I guess you're just trying to record everything at that time, but you still run into that problem. It's not just recording the truth, it's determining what the truth is in that moment to then record what it is.
There's this concept, they call it the reverse library of Alexandria. And the idea is that there is this library that has all of the information of all of the collective knowledge of everything ever. So basically it's the internet, but this is written way long time ago. But it's what the internet would theoretically be if it was like staying free and open forever and everybody could put everything on it. And the premise is that no one ever finds anything that's true, because you would have to sift through all of this garbage data into perpetuity, and you would just constantly find a bunch of like ridiculous nonsense, and you would never actually be able to get accurate information.
So AI?
Yeah, exactly. And the thing is like when people start talking about, how the blockchain could record history, and I'm like, I'm all about it, except you still don't actually have a way to figure out what was true. You just have even more BS to sift through. You have even more nonsense to try to figure out. And, the thing about like, off the coast of Japan, how they're obviously buildings, and anybody who has any kind of construction knowledge or whatever, these are buildings that are built with like bajillion-ton blocks, and they're all, neatly stacked, and they're way deep under the ocean and all that. And there's people still arguing about whether or not they're man-made. And there's still people arguing about whether or not like it's some civilization that we don't know of. And it's like, come on, people, like for real. I'm not saying that it's aliens. I'm not saying that but it's just so obvious that like deep under the ocean off of the coast of Japan, you have these megalithic structures they make the pyramids look like a total joke, although apparently not. Apparently that was like the pyramids are the capstone, and there's this mega structure underneath. I don't know if I believe that or not, but I'm just saying, like, and people can't even agree as to whether or not
says that improvements.
Oh, sorry. Yeah,
It's all good.
let me play this real quick. I'm sure everybody's seen it, but let me play it. It'll be...
Briefly summarized, these findings allowed us to construct a 3D model of the entire complex. The examination of dozens of tomographical images obtained from different angles using Capella space and Umbra radars enabled a 3D reconstruction of most of the objects inside the pyramid of Khafre.
Shit, did I just knock the thing off? Sorry, guys.
It would appear so.
Hold on, I'm sorry. Hold on.
What's really funny about that whole thing, though, is there's already people speculating on like what they did and what they were for, and because like as soon as it came on the news segment, I took a look, and there's people who like they just heard about it yesterday or whatever, and like, oh, these are obviously like power generating.
Yeah,
You don't
play it. I'm sorry.
know, man. You have no idea what those things are for.
Enabled a 3D reconstruction of most of the objects inside the pyramid of Khafre. Below, we present some images from our 3D analysis. The analysis of the structures above Belzoni's chamber are intensely colored spots which can be observed appearing in all tomographic images taken from different angles corresponding to the internal artificial structures. On the next page, it says that improvements of the signal-to-noise ratio, revealing the internal structure of the 5 Zs, consisting of 5 horizontal levels and a sloping roof. So this is the raw pictures of the data that they used to create their model. And this is the model. So it reads the tomography with another cross-sectional line showing the presence of vertical structures. And if you think that was pretty mind-blowing, it then goes on to say, as observed in the 3 model below the ground level, so ground 0 of the main structure, vertically aligned cylindrical structures extend for hundreds of meters beneath the Giza Plateau. Notably, 8 of these structures, arranged in 2 parallel rows from north to south, descend to a depth of 648 meters, merging into 2 large cubic structures measuring approximately 80 meters per side. These features are illustrated in the topographical images and models presented. The paper then adds to that with some even more interesting detail, which is that the 8 cylindrical structures that have been identified in the tomographical image appear as vertical wells, which are hollow inside and surrounded by descending spiral pathways. It then goes on to describe the third step, which is a lot of the analysis they've done based on all this data that they've collected. So they say the next phase involved analysing the tomographic data to determine the full extent of the underground structures beneath the Giza Plateau. The tomographic images clearly reveal that the structures exist beneath the plateau, extending below the pyramids of Khafre, Khufu, and Menkaure, for approximately 2 kilometers below ground. So mind-blowing as all that is, there's still more to come, and this is just a little bit of the information that they have shared with us so far. So we can look forward to a lot more to come out fairly soon, and I will keep you posted. In the meantime, this is a look at some of
That's just insane if true.
I hadn't heard about this because I don't watch the news.
Well, it actually hasn't even gone mainstream yet. This has been on X for a while. This came out of a conference that happened in Italy, I think last weekend, where they announced it. And it didn't drop mainstream at all this week. I kept checking, just Googling it to see what would pop up. I think maybe now you're seeing some fringe media, but I don't think any mainstream media is even talking about it yet. Unless they are today.
So Doug, you guys are the news.
Well, Twitter, X, right? So this was headline news on X all week long, but mainstream media is ignoring it because I don't think they've officially released the data yet. So it hasn't really been confirmed that they actually even have the data, whether that data is made up. Like I don't even think reporters have the data itself in their hands yet. It's just they reported on the data, they published it, but I don't think the actual real data has gotten into the hands of other people to look at. It's funny. I showed this to my day job, right? I'm among civil engineers, right? I showed it to this old guy who we've talked about conspiracy theories in the past and stuff. I was like, yo, you're not gonna believe this one. I showed it to him, and his first response was, well, he's like, that kind of just looks like helical piles, which is kind of funny. I mean, but that would be a hell of a structural system to support I mean, it is built in sand, but if you look at those columns that go down, they really do just look like very large helical piles. If anybody knows what those are, right, Alaskan. I mean, imagine it's just as simple as that. Oh, it's our helical pile system that we put into.
Well, the other thing is maybe like you put a bunch of pressure down the main tube and it forces water up the Archimedes screw looking thing. And it's
I don't know. Yeah.
I mean,
there's
I've
no
seen
way these things are helical pile. Like, why would you need a 1.5 mile deep helical pile? I don't care how big, heavy the pyramids are sitting there. It's like that would obviously make no sense. That'd be completely.
Well, it just depends on what else might have been on there or what else, I mean, we're speculating on what people were doing with something thousands of years ago, at least in theory, right?
And then it goes into these large chambers at the bottom, right? Which it seems like, some kind of fluid or something was going down the hollow, the hollow columns and then into those chambers at the bottom.
I mean, the thing is this is not unlike what a guy would do in something like fracking, for example. Like maybe there's some fluid down there that what needed to be extracted for some reason, I mean, there's so many possibilities. That's one of the reasons why I just don't like the idea of even trying to speculate on, other than if it's just for fun, right? Of course, have fun with it, but like the depth of the ignorance of even trying to know what's it's so far away from enough data to even begin to draw a conclusion. I mean, maybe there's just a bunch of warm bats down there. You could never know until
What
you
else?
get the data.
Can they just send somebody down there? I mean, there's all kinds of people who spelunk caves and stuff.
I know, right? Yeah, like how are people not already like running down there and like
the laws governing your access to these locations are absurd. Like it's even to try to like get permission from the Egyptian military and all this other stuff would be a nightmare for anybody. And there's special groups of people that have permission to do this research, and I wouldn't be surprised if the reason why it's not published is because they didn't get like the okay from, what is his name, like Zahid or something like that, the guy who's in charge of Egyptian antiquities.
Oh yeah.
But
yeah, I think he's officially denying it as of now. I think he's
well, of course he is, right? Like that's his job, you know. But
how hasn't it even gotten discovered up until this point, right? Like, because this is old tech, right? Like, you know, this ground penetrating radar. And wouldn't the first thing you do, even as like a government, United States government, you have your satellites everywhere, you're checking things out, you have the ability to do ground penetrating radar. Wouldn't you point it at the pyramids, right? Obviously that's the case.
Well, dude, I mean, here's the thing, like Zeppelins and airships were in common use like up until the 20s, and if you talk to somebody who's like 70 years old, they have no idea what things were like only 90 years ago. You know, like the speed at which you can decouple people from their own history is mind-blowing. It's just way beyond what most people would ever expect. But like airships used to be able to take like serious cargo really long distances extremely cheaply through the air not that long ago. I mean, if you really start digging into just how ignorant people are of their own history, it's amazing.
It's fascinating though. Just that, like, obviously, yeah. The first question is this data even real? And like, why haven't we heard about this yet? Seems like something that would have been found a long time ago, given the tech we have. Even just digging, right? Like, I don't really know the history of the pyramids, but like when they were like originally discovered in modern times, didn't people just start digging around them? Like, wouldn't that be the first thing?
Yeah, there's like tons of sand removal involved. But I mean, keep in mind, like one of my favorite 4chan pranks was when you would just like publish something as a news story, and it was like, you know, it fit the mold of what people wanted to believe. And still to this day, you can find people like just aggressively backing the idea of stuff that people literally made up on 4chan. And so let's just pretend this is true and see how many people we can get to believe it. And it's still like part of the mainstream culture of some niche group of people that believe this or that.
Yeah. I hope that's not the case. I want this to be true because it's super cool, and it will lead to more discoveries, whether they're real or not. I don't know. This is wild. I mean, if it's real, like, because what else goes down 2 kilometers deep? What else, like modern structures?
The deepest borehole is only like between 8 and 9 miles. You know, like the deepest humans ever dug, according to like the official. You know, it's like the. Like
I didn't even think we went that deep. We went that deep. Wow.
Yeah, the Russian, it's like the coal or the.
Oh yeah, it's like in the middle of Siberia.
Yeah, the Russian super deep borehole.
Yeah. That goes that deep though. That 8 miles.
Yeah, I think it's like 8 miles, and then the American one was like 7 miles. Yeah, and they picked a spot that was like desirable for it, and you know was already kind of like an ideal place to dig it. And the thing is just based on what they claim took place. And I'm not even talking about like some people, oh, they heard the screams of the damned in hell or what. I'm talking about like just the actual rock cores that you can at least look at pictures of and stuff. I mean, the thing is people clearly do not know anything, you know, like people don't know anything about anything. And that definitely includes myself. Like when people start speculating on, you know, what things used to be like, or how things, you know, like how humanity made it to where they're at now. I mean, for example, there's a whole line of thinking about like the Younger Dryas, like catastrophe period or whatever. I'm not saying I do or don't subscribe to it, but it's every bit as valid as like like this idea of slow changes over time, or the idea that, you know, the fact is the Grand Canyon could have been made in 2 days or 200 million years. And there are equally valid methodologies for how both of them could happen. And there's just piles of evidence for whatever you want to believe. But it's just a lack of humility on people who think they can figure it out. Because there's a lot of people who are, you know, let's say like the average IQ is like between 95 and 105, and that's like in the Western world or whatever. But if you have an IQ of like 120, you're used to feeling like a genius, when in reality, you're not really that smart. You know, it's just like you're smart compared to like a lot of normies out there or whatever. And then you get these people who are rocking these like absolutely mind-bogglingly huge IQs with, you know, high access to data and, you know, fluent in multiple languages and stuff. And even when they start digging, you like a little bit of time goes by and you find out that they're just wrong about everything. You know, it's like humanity has to come to terms with the fact that we are deeply, deeply ignorant of everything. And we're just a bunch of monkeys clanging rocks together. And because we're smarter than the ants and the pigs, all of a sudden that makes us, you know, like a little bit of humility would allow us to explore these ideas far better than the way that we do things now.
Well, in what, like 2032, we won't have to worry about it because asteroid 2024 YR4 will knock us all out or whatever.
You know, Bawdy has often brought up the idea of, I mean, like this idea of a pole shift, or, you know, the thinning of the electromagnetic shielding around the planet and all of this other stuff. And I mean, I'm not saying I do or don't subscribe to any of that either, but I'm just saying, like, I mean, I don't think anybody could argue Bawdy is obviously a very smart man, you know, and this is the conclusion that he's reached, you know, and it's a little counterculture or whatever, but there's no reason to think that his worldview is any less valid than anybody else's worldview, right? And the thing is that could very well be a reasonable take. And if that's your worldview, then you would look at something like this and, you know, presuming that it's true, maybe it's just a place to store data for the future humanity that survived the last catastrophe. So if they can make it to a certain point, they can, you know, get a head start and onto where humanity reached the last round, you know, or maybe it's just like a terraforming operation. You know, maybe that's the reason why the Egyptian desert used to be this lush green paradise. It's not that, you know, it got ruined. It's that it was terraformed to be a great place to live. Or you could look at it from a different perspective of maybe it was pylons, you know, maybe it was like, but it's going to be so deeply shaped by what you already believe. So if you already have this worldview, like, here's an example. Like, let's say you take a Cyclopean worldview, you know, where it's like there were these megalithic builders that were giants and all this other stuff. I mean, this might be par for the course for their infrastructure. Or maybe you take a creationist worldview, people who lived, you know, thousands, who lived up to 1,000 years and were way better than anything that humanity will ever be today. You know, they had the time and the knowledge and the physical resilience to pull off some kind of project like this that made sense to them. Or like, no matter what worldview shapes your approach to this, you're going to have a completely different understanding of what you think this is supposed to be. But, and that's the problem, right? And I'm not saying that you shouldn't have your own worldview and you shouldn't try to defend your own worldview, but I'm saying that you need to have a whole bunch of people with a whole bunch of disparate opinions come to a conclusion as to what data can we gather about this particular thing in order to narrow down which one of us might be right, and go from there, you know, as opposed to like, well, since I've already decided that this is a, you know, a terraforming operation or whatever, I'm going to do the experiment that is going to further verify my own personal worldview. You know, like that's how we're going to be stuck in the mud for the next 1,000 years. you know, or maybe the next 500 years if there's a pole shift, or the next 20 years if there's an asteroid, or what. Like, if we want to drive humanity's discovery forward, we first have to find ways to agree on the fact that we all have disagreeing worldviews. Let's come up with a system of experiments that will allow us to narrow down where we should point research going forward. And by the way, this is like one of the greatest sales pitches for Monero ever. And I think that that's really funny too, which is you have a bunch of federal budgets and a bunch of universities.
Yeah, I was just thinking this. I think you're getting at what I'm thinking here. Go ahead.
Yeah, like, so they have all of the financial incentive and all of the financial power to guide this research forward in the direction that they want.
Like, I would like to see a Kuno to go do, you know, ground penetration of this pyramid here in Antarctica. Can we put a Kuno together, hire a firm that has this technology, point their satellites at it, and get some data?
You'd have to get around the Antarctic Treaty for one. It would be insanely expensive for two. You would be far better off going somewhere that you're going to meet less resistance. Ironically enough, it would be like Bolivia or China or a Balkan country that has one of these pyramids, where you are going to meet less resistance with less overhead, and then get data on multiple ground penetrating radars. So let's say the Egyptian one turns out to be true, and then you get another one and it's a similar design. Now you have things that you can compare against each other, and you can see, okay, well, for some reason, this design was worthwhile to have in both of these locations, and now you've narrowed it down. The idea of starting in Antarctica is basically impossible. Although I love how hilarious what you've got going on here with your post is. Like, the meme is not missed by me. It's definitely hilarious. Yeah.
Dude, it's pretty wild that commercial flights don't fly over Antarctica at all. Like, that's, you know, there's some flights where it would save like significant amount of distance and time to fly over Antarctica. Is it that treacherous when you're 30,000 feet in the air that you can't fly over?
It's that flat is what it is.
you just fall off the freaking earth. Just hit a wall.
Yeah, you hit a dome.
This stuff is extremely interesting, and I'm going to recommend a podcast show that comes out every Thursday called Science and Futurism with Isaac Arthur. It's he talks a lot he's like an engineer by trade, and he talks a lot about like what we could do as a civilization with under known science that we currently know, talking about like crazy all out things like moving stars and stuff like that, and like mining metals out of the sun and stuff like that. Crazy things that we could do in the future under known science, or like living like via black holes, like living on the edges of black holes way into the future, things like that. It's crazy stuff, but it's stuff that apparently we could do under known science, and it's extremely interesting. It's called Science.
Humanity is super famous for how responsibly it uses science, so that's a great idea.
Flight from Johannesburg, South Africa to Sydney, Australia is currently 13,400 kilometers. If they flew over Antarctica, it would only be 11,000 kilometers. It would save almost 2,300 kilometers in distance. So
you environmental nut jobs, you should be like chomping at the bit to do that, because that saves aviation fuel and makes the planet more green.
It's 17%, almost 20% shorter distance. So what the hell is going on that it's justified to not go over Antarctica? Crazy.
We need to get Trump to unlock it.
Yeah.
Well, I do know that flying at high latitudes can be problematic for for flight crews, because of the magnetosphere is weaker up that far north. That's why you get like the aurora and stuff like that in Alaska and Antarctica, the aurora borealis and the aurora australis.
Yeah, of course.
So I know that because the magnetic field, when those charged particles get funneled down, they get funneled down into the poles themselves, And so anything that goes over the poles is going to have more radiation exposure.
Right.
So that might be part of it. Because like
if you go right over the pole, but
there's
we go over the North Pole. Flights go over the North Pole, right?
Do they go over the north, or do they go close to it?
Yes, they do go. Well, they go very close to it, but they don't go right over. But the thing is, shortwave, what you're talking about is like, I think it's only like 40 miles wide. Like I get why people say that, other than the fact that we're talking about like a 2-minute diversion. You know what I'm saying? Like, and then there's the argument of like how cold it is or whatever, but that's also not really an argument because they're currently flying planes in Antarctica. You see what I'm saying? Like,
that doesn't make any sense.
All
And
of
at
the
that,
things that they say about this is obvious. Like, all we have to do is wait for the techno super Nazis that currently occupy Antarctica to finish upgrading their hologram technology so you can't see the secret alien bases. And then they will allow flight paths over Antarctica, but you're going to have to use the wormhole to get through the magnetic interference of the South Pole. You see what I'm saying? So once hologram technology reaches Uber Nazi, all right, we're going to be allowed to go into the Reich's sovereign territory.
Does that mean we'll be able to see? Does that mean we'll be able to like fly over Area 51 too?
Still no, and that's because those aliens are hippies and they don't like jet smog and they don't like chemtrails. So. And for those of you who are listening, who are just like, I'm into Monero, what the hell is this guy talking about? I was just trying to lump as many conspiracies about Antarctica into one sentence as I could. So if you missed,
did you cover the hollow Earth conspiracy? I wasn't.
You know what? I missed it, bro. But I guess it kind of works into the magnet hole, you know. Like,
I mean, they're right. There was this conspiracy, right? The first guy that flew, I think it was the first person, right, that flew over Antarctica, Admiral Byrd.
Yeah, well, that's the story. That's the official story, of course.
Right. And then it was reported that he saw like palm trees and things as he was flying over, and then the theory was that he entered the hollow part of Earth.
So if anybody's into X-Men, which I may or may not be that nerdy, where I've watched the entire animated series like 57 times or whatever, but I will tell you that X-Men has a lot of really interesting takes on Antarctica. And they were kind of like the bleeding edge of some of these conspiracies in fiction. So there's a lot of meat to be taken off of the bone if you just watch certain episodes of X-Men the animated series and then find their corresponding comics. So if like you're really, really into Antarctica conspiracy theories, you should get into X-Men. Are we really doing the ancient aliens on the Earth?
Yes.
Ideas of an occupied hollow Earth would be revisited nearly 2 centuries later in 1947, when famous polar explorer Admiral Richard Byrd flew reconnaissance missions over the North Pole. Byrd allegedly reported in his private journal about a mysterious land beyond the North Pole, which he called the center of the great unknown.
Admiral Richard Byrd was able to fly to the North Pole and back and recorded flying over lush green areas where none should have been. And then 3 years later, he flew over the South Pole.
It's rumored that when Admiral Byrd's task force actually got to Antarctica, that one of the first things they discovered was an entrance into a hollow Earth civilization that was populated by very, very advanced beings.
Admiral Byrd made a lot of unusual statements, including talking about what he called a new kind of craft that could fly from pole to pole.
Is it possible that entrances to another world can be found at the Earth's poles? And if so, did Admiral Byrd actually pass through one of them? According to some ancient astronaut theorists, such gateways do exist. But rather than leading to inner Earth, they may be portals to another dimension. But whether an other Earth exists in another dimension, under our feet, or in a distant galaxy, what would its discovery mean for the future of humanity?
If we were to discover the other Earth, the place we have sought, the missing world, it would be profoundly humbling.
It's Planet 9, guys.
I love the lineup. It's the search for Bigfoot, and then ancient aliens, and then the Holocaust, and then ancient aliens, and then the search for the Loch Ness monster. It's like, how did I not see it before? Right? Like,
well, that's how they get you, man. They throw out all that crap with some of the real stuff. Nobody knows what's real.
Yeah, the Admiral Byrd journal, it looks like the quintessential poison the well kind of document. And the reason I say that is, like, the guy is dead. He can't defend himself whether or not he actually wrote it. And then all of a sudden out comes this document of, like, yeah, I met these aliens and, I flew through a hole in the ground. It's like, so this guy just dipped down at 90 degrees and then, like, flew into a hole and then dipped down another 90 degrees. And then he's in Agartha, and there's this, like, super peaceful civilization just sitting there with UFOs. And it's just like, I don't know, man. I don't know. And then you listen to the way that the show talks about it. They're like, according to some ancient alien theorists, it is suggested that there may allegedly be this journal written by a dead guy. Like, it's, oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, we don't need to go any further down that rabbit hole. We'll see how things develop with this pyramid.
This is the kind of stuff you get on Monero Talk. Well,
yeah, we cover it all. Maybe this is why MoneroCon doesn't want to partner with us.
I'm starting a kudo to send Doug and Shortwave to Agartha in the Hollow Earth to try to onboard them to
Dude,
Monero.
strap me in. I will. No, we need Bawdy to fly the plane, but I'll sit in that plane with Bawdy for sure. Let's go.
You fly the UFO. I mean, you got to show up in style. Right, like
Bawdy will fly us out of there.
Fly in there with our dumpy prop plane. No,
we need a good commercial, something like Monerotopia, from Monero to ancient aliens. Tune in every week. You'll never know what you're gonna hear.
Monerotopia in the hole in Antarctica, 2030. That'd be sick.
That would be kind of cool as, like, an ad campaign. Like, the next Monerotopia is going to be held in, like, Hollow Earth, or just like push this as far as you can go. Like, we found the portal, guys.
I don't think MoneroCon would collaborate anymore. Shit, guys, this was a great one as usual. We're approaching the 4:20 mark in terms of time. Been on live 4 hours and 16 minutes. I'm good to call it here.
Can I mention something real quick?
Sure.
So, yeah, just to bring it back to Monero for a second. So I wanted to get some feedback on an idea that I've been working on, because I'm trying to start a Monero-based business, and I just want to see what people think of this and see if it'll work. So basically, you got these, you got people that do, like, proxy shoppers. Mm-hmm. That'll, like, you send them an item and they buy it, or they pay Monero and then they buy it for you.
Yes.
So I kind of want to do something like that, but I want to have a dedicated site just for gun parts, ammo, accessories, things of that nature, and specifically not FFL items. And then basically there's already a bunch of sites out there that do this kind of thing, that that sell these items, but a lot, like none of them, or like very few of them take crypto. Some I've seen some that take Bitcoin. I saw one that said they take Monero among others, but like you have to email them and set it up manually. And so I wanted to set up this site where you could basically do that, like pay in Monero, and then on the back end it would have this whole getting basically settling everything in Monero, but the vendors will get paid just through their normal means.
Okay.
And so
yeah, no, I think that's, I mean, a good way to test it is start it on XMR Bazaar. There's already people that do proxy shopping on there. You could start at, there and see if you get traction for that use case. Obviously, if things are, legal, where you're posting this in, in your jurisdiction where it's legal to post the sale of gun parts, peer-to-peer or whatever. Maybe see, do that, see if you get traction, and then go create it as its own standalone service where it's basically you're an in-between the vendors, the providers, and the Monero buyers, and you just add convenience, I guess, too, right? You're making it more convenient for them as well, I assume.
Yeah, I mean, the idea is like, because if you go on the already existing sites and try to buy something, and you're using a credit card basically, because this category is considered high risk, and so if you're a merchant that sells these things, you're going to be having to jump through a bunch of hoops to get credit card processing set up. So there's only a handful of payment processors out there that will do credit card processing for this category. And so basically, if you're like a small merchant, or like a private seller or something, and you can't afford to get the licenses and stuff that you need to get get through the payment processor, then you're pretty much limited to cash. And I think
are you familiar with ShopNBit? Do you know ShopNBit?
I've heard of it.
So maybe it would be, you're kind of thinking like a ShopNBit, right? But for these specific types of items.
Yeah.
Yeah, and like they're kind of there'd be like a concierge service almost that goes along with it, making it simplifying your purchasing.
Yeah, and then I was also thinking, like, for vendors, one of the selling points would be like they don't have to worry about any crypto stuff. They don't have to worry about converting it into fiat, and also if I can set it up right, I could guarantee no chargebacks. Right?
Yeah, no, I think it's interesting. Makes it, like you said, makes it easier for the vendors. You're not asking them to onboard to Monero. You're just saying, will you accept payment from these customers? You'll be the in-between, exchanging it from Monero into whatever it is they will accept, right? Yeah, no, I think, like I said, I think ShopNBit is probably your analogous service there. Difference being that they're more generally focused, right? So more like an Amazon. You could buy anything on ShopNBit. Yours would be a little bit more tailored towards a specific niche. But then maybe there's advantages there.
Are you going to price your items?
I think it is a good niche that makes sense. There's a lot of crossover there between people that use Monero, would want to use Monero for those types of things. So I think it's definitely a good niche that makes sense. Like I said, I would, as long as you're posting it as from a jurisdiction where it's legal to provide such service, just test it on XMR Bazaar. See what kind of, if you have people reaching out to be customers, and then you can just kind of like make it work behind the scenes with the vendors that you're working with, not perhaps in the most scalable way, but just to test the concept. So you could be the in-between, accepting Monero and then making payments on the other end to the vendor and fulfilling the orders. And you're earning Monero as you go, and you're using fiat to do it. So if you're in a position where you want to earn more Monero as yourself, and then you could be the in-between, providing the liquidity with the dollars to then make the purchases. It could be a good way to test it, see if you get traction, and then go and build a service just dedicated to it. Would be my thinking.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I was thinking. And that question, yes, I would be pricing things in Monero.
Oh, cool.
So,
great.
Because that's what I was planning, is that you'd come to the site, and everything's priced in Monero. You can only pay in Monero, and that way it's kind of like enforced privacy. And then you're not giving any you're like, you'd have to give your shipping information, obviously, but that's going to be private. It's not going to get into the financial system, right? So they're not tracking you that way.
Yeah, and see that. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Shortwave. Go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, I was just going to say that's what I do with my store on XMR Bazaar. Is I price everything in Monero, and I use the moving average so that prices stay stable, and it seems to work out pretty well.
Yeah, I kind of need some help with like how to technically set that all up. I know how to make websites. I set up Monero nodes, and I do a bunch of Linux stuff, but not an expert. And
if you're
like,
using WordPress, we use the Monero gateway, but it's a little clunky. It does, it integrates through WooCommerce.
Yeah, I've used that.
Yeah, obviously BTC Pay Server, I guess, is the ideal way to go. I've just never got it going for Monerotopia stuff, just because I haven't had the time. I'm gonna do it. I'll do it. I'll probably do it now, unless I could get the gateway working better. I'm trying to maybe get somebody to do a CCS to just improve the gateway, because I do think it's a nice tool. I do think it's simpler than BTC Pay Server in ways, in terms of setup. You don't need to create an account. You literally just use a Monero wallet address, and you get it going. And the gateway works. It's just a little clunky. I'm not for technical reasons. I don't know what the technical reasons why it doesn't it's not super smooth.
I've used it, and I have it set up on a test server right now, but yeah, it's I mean, it does work, but I think you can't it's not able to fully utilize a hot wallet, and it's can be insecure if you put a private key in there, so that it can, it could take a the full private key, or just a view key, but it can't, as far as I'm aware, it can't send transactions, so there'd be no point in putting your full private key on there. But if, I was just thinking, if someone wanted to have a hot wallet where people come on, they make an account, and you have your account wallet there that you send and receive from for your account wallet. I don't think it can do that, and I don't know any plugin that does that.
Why would you need a hot? Because what are you trying to achieve by doing that?
I don't know.
You just want to get payments in Monero, right?
Yeah. But I was thinking if it might be easier to, because if you've been on darknet markets, you'd have your account wallet that you fund, and then you fill up your cart, and then whenever you check out, it deducts from your account balance.
Oh, yeah. I mean, dark markets do that because they want to steal people's crypto. That's
it can happen, but they tell you just don't keep anything on there.
That's why I don't use Monero Market, for that exact reason.
Yeah.
Because they have that functionality, and I'm like, no, I don't want you having possession of my Piconeros.
Yeah.
I'm going to send them directly to the person I want to have them. I'm not giving you possession over them.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
And I'm sure we'll see dark markets maybe even fork XMR Bazaar or something at some point, because it's kind of, it doesn't make it doesn't make sense the way that they're set up, and people it's such a high risk endeavor when you're using them. They could just rug everybody, take all their crypto because they have it saved.
Yeah. So I guess one of the things I'm trying to figure out is what would be the best way to structure this or like launch it, so I'm not like putting people off like that.
Yeah. I mean, I would say, well, obviously, like I was saying, try XMR Bazaar just to test the concept first. See if you get, people that are interested in it. That's an easy way to just get up and running. If you're going to do your own WordPress, own website for it, I would say, yeah, either use the gateway or use BTC Pay Server.
I've also been looking into Monero Pay, but that's
or Monero Pay, yes. Monero Pay isn't really integrated into WooCommerce yet, is my understanding. I don't think they made an app yet made it.
No, I was looking at it. I couldn't find a lot of documentation for it. I got it running in Docker, but like you need to build a separate application that sends the API requests and talks to it and stuff. And so
yeah, it's not at the level of BTC Pay Server in terms of usability and like the way it's integrated with WooCommerce.
Yeah, and I don't know too much about the BTC Pay Server method, other than like I know it was developed for BTC, and then Monero was kind of added on after that. So I don't know if is it fully capable of doing everything that Monero offers. I'm not really sure.
Yeah, no, it functions, it works, and then it's being upgraded because there's a new version of BTC Pay coming out. I think they got the Monero CCS funding to do the upgrade. Some of that came out of actually the Monerotopia conference, the last one we just had. That's what the hackathon was around. So we had people working on BTC Pay to keep it up to date for Monero. So yeah, it does function well for Monero purposes, and you're holding. You could set up your own BTC Pay server. All the Monero is going direct to you. And it runs very smoothly in terms of usability, UX from the customer's perspective. So it's actually something worth looking into, I'd say, as a solution for what you're trying to do.
All right, thanks.
Yeah, of course, and I'm hoping it gets even better. And I'm looking to do the same on my side, or maybe Monero Pay. If I could get Monero Pay going, if they could create a WooCommerce implementation, a plugin or something. We need to see more of that. I mean, you just bring up a good point in general. We talk about this on the show. It does come up often, but I see this as low hanging fruit too. Like we don't need like a Luke Parker to put his super genius power towards this. We just need more like just other devs maybe that aren't like super whiz kids, but that are skilled and like understand the customer and understand we need to build out some of this better integration into e-commerce for Monero. Like
yeah,
right.
I might even be able to do it with AI.
Yeah, exactly. Somebody like yourself that's technical enough, really understands Monero, understands the pain points for a vendor, like a normie vendor, if they wanted to try to do this and just solve that for them. I talk about that all the time. Like, great opportunity there to do something. Nobody's really, I would even say like maybe working on the Monero gateway and just trying to improve it. It's already exists, or the Monero Pay system. Iterating on that and making plugins for WooCommerce and other like popular e-commerce solutions, so that when somebody does say, "Oh, cool, yeah, I would love to accept Monero on my e-commerce store. How do I do it?" There's an easy answer response like, "Oh, you just do this." Not like, "Oh, you could do this, but it doesn't always work." Or you can use BTC Pay Server, but it requires you to like learn how to run your own BTC Pay server. So nobody's really made the bridge yet where any normie that's already got e-commerce going can accept Monero natively. Like the simplest thing to tell people right now is like Now Payments. Just use the Now Payments plugin on WooCommerce. But now you're not accepting Monero natively. You're using an instant exchange. So, yeah.
Yeah, that's my thoughts too.
So good stuff, man. And I look forward to meeting you in person at PorkFest if you could swing it this year.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, I missed the last couple of years and I've really been disappointed about it. So definitely going to try to make it this year.
All right, man. Danarchy, thank you so much. I guess you are our special guest this week. You along with the MoneroCon community group. I'm ready to leave it at this point, guys. Let me do we have Tux? Let me see if I can find the outro.
Play the outro.
Hold up. Where is the new?
Nice chatting with you guys.
All right, man. Nice chatting with you too. All right, guys. Yeah, we do these shows every Saturday, 11 a.m. Eastern. Alaska, man, thank you so much. Go enjoy the day with your kids. I see they're waiting for you patiently. Shortwave, thank you. Danarchy, thank you. Thank you to Monero Comrade. Thanks for jumping up today, man, and putting up with me. I know I was being a little abrasive. I explained my reasoning. I wear it on my sleeve.
Say it one more time too. I know I'm kind of a dick. I'm sorry.
No, I was much worse. If you go back from last week, I really let them all have it, but maybe I shouldn't have. But I'm glad it finally worked out. They did the revote, and now we are collaborating. And we're gonna look back at this and like, what? Why was there even this issue to begin with? So yeah, we do these shows every Saturday, 11 a.m. Eastern. And see you guys next week. Adios.
Thank you for joining us on this week's Monerotopia episode. We stream live shows every Saturday at 11 a.m. Eastern. You can find and subscribe to our show on YouTube and Odyssey, or listen to the podcast on iTunes, Spotify, or Stitcher. Don't forget to follow us on Twitter or join us in the Monerotopia Telegram group. See you all next week. Thank you for joining us on this week's Monerotopia episode. We stream live shows every Saturday at 11 a.m. Eastern. You can find and subscribe to our show on YouTube and Odyssey, or listen to the podcast on iTunes, Spotify, or Stitcher. Don't forget to follow us on Twitter or join us in the Monerotopia Telegram group. See you all next week.